Hey everyone, how are you doing? I am Trooper SJP, and this is the Academic Foxhole. This microphone is not currently hearable for you all.
Game.
Oh, it's the name game. The name game. Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name, I treat it like it wasn't there. And then a B or an F, or an M will appear. And then I say bow out of B, then I say the name, then banana, fan, and foe. Then I say the name again with an F, very plain, then a fee, fi, and a mo. And then I say the name again with an M this time, and there isn't any name that I can't rhyme.
Name game.
Krellin, 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 Bobellin, Banana, Fana, Fofelin, Fee, Fi, Momelon. Krellin, Scabinac, 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 Bobabinac, Banana, Fana, Fofabinac, Fee, Fi, Momabinac. Scabinac. Hey, everybody. We're doing the name game almost 3.5 years. Scabinac, you're old. Or maybe I'm old. Also, no chatting, just singing. We all know the drill. Thank you, Krellin. Hey, everyone. How are you doing? I'm so excited to have you all here. It is New Year's Eve, and I want to welcome you all to the New Year's Eve stream. I'm a little shiny. It's because I am. I'm just a little shiny. You know how it is. So, 2021 is all glitter and color when you can enjoy a fireworks. Closing in on 39, which is pretty old, a cold and 20. Well, you know, I mean, 39 is, it's practically dead, right? I mean, look, people make fun of the whole like 37 is practically dead thing from Good Society, but the thing is, practically dead. With 39, you're probably already retired from the military, right? You join at 18, retire in 20, so you're 38 when you retire. So like 39, you're like a retiree. You're old. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. So I have so much, what is this, to talk to you all about? Oh, I know what that is. I have so much to talk to you all about. Riss is like, I wish I could retire. Yeah, yes, we are here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Look, I've got my desk right now. You cannot see it, is a complete mess because I was trying out some stuff. The people around me had some cash to burn. Literally, they got some boxes and shot the pretty glittery over the treetops. Oh yeah. Also, it shouldn't say Outer Worlds because I refreshed it to say something different. It should say New Year's Eve Extravaganza. You might want to refresh. Just refresh, because it should say that. Yeah, see, it should say refresh, and you should be good. So there's a lot to talk about. So much. Let me move this. Oh, and actually, let me sit on my phone. It says just yeah. Okay, so I have a phone which I usually keep on where my butt is so that it doesn't vibrate near microphones. So I have a new microphone, which you're not currently hearing, by the way, because for reasons, because I want you to, because look, there are reasons, but you will hear it. You will hear it today. So I wanted to say, let me see if there's anything I need to turn off. Let me shut down, because I have like way too many things happening on my computer right now, which I do not need because I want to show you other things. We have things to talk about. I'm very excited. Okay, I feel like I probably do not need most of these things that are currently up. Like I don't need that either. Okay, because I wanted to save some RAM on my computer. All right, this is an XLR mic. Is it really a microphone when it's that big? Maybe. Is it because I did mistype my email, and because so here's what here's what you should know. I have a UCLA email, and that is the email I tend to use for everything that like I have like my UCLA email, which forwards to whatever my main email is. So I tend to have everything go through my UCLA email and then forward, because what if I move jobs, or what if whatever, and I'll have the UCLA email forever. But I did not type ucla.edu. I typed .edu. So I've not shut down my browser, because I hope that when I realized I had to stop going through whatever it is all they wanted to show me, because there's a whole bunch of like download software and register, just a bunch of stuff that I was like, you know what, and like keywords, and I was like, you know what, I will not think about this right now. I'm going to go and hang out with the foxhole. Is also I'm going to pour water into my cup, just so you know it. You'll probably hear it. So
Come on to my house.
Oh, come on to my house, come on. Come on to my house, come on. Come on to my house, I'm gonna give you candy. Come on to my house, I'm gonna give you everything. Thank you for the host, BP Phantom, as I get my water. The question that Rissa asked is, how long will I be streaming tonight? And the answer to that question is, I don't know. I might go to midnight. I might not. It's really unclear. Also, I have a box, a very large box under this desk that is in my way. But I wish you were one of those when I was looking. It makes it easier to download drivers and software when your business is hard. So I might be, for all I know, I might be streaming till midnight. I might ring in the new year with you all. We will see. We're just going to see. We're going to just see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So this is our New Year's Eve extravaganza. I have a new microphone, which is here. It will not live here permanently, I don't think. I will probably actually move it behind the computers so it is sort of poking out over the computers and sitting right over here. But I'm not doing that right now for a particular reason. And the reason is that I am going to be chatting with you all about the state of the foxhole, what has happened, what's the news, all that goodness. But then what I'm thinking about, it is a possibility that I will switch over to Twitch Sings after we do our foxhole chat. So like we might do our normal time to like, 9-ish or so or whatever, and then move over. Sure, Ice Bunny, tell us a stupid joke, and then move over to Twitch Sings, which I'll talk about in a second. But if I do that, I'm probably not going to want to sing the song sitting down, because it is harder to hit your high notes when you're seated, and some of the things, it is just how life is. And so what I'm probably going to do, so I put this mic out here in front of the desk so that I could make it taller so I could stand up. I'll probably have to figure out the camera so you're not just looking at my chest, like tip the webcam up some or something like this. This is what I'm thinking. Will I be taking requests? I went through, what I did was 2019 and 2020 were in a fight, and 2021. and 2020 were in a fight, and 2021. Got it. I got it. It took me a second. Right. Yes. 2021. The reason why I wasn't getting it was because the rhythm was off. Right? Like the rhythm was not making sense. The rhythm was 2021, but what I needed to say was 2021. Do you know what I mean? Like I had to put it together so that then it would make sense. But that said, the name game. Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name, I treat it like it wasn't there. And then a B or an F, or an M will appear. And then I say bo, add a B, then I say the name, then banana, fan, or info. Then I say the name again with an F, very plain. Then a fee, fi, and a mo. And then I say the name again with an M this time, and there isn't any name that I can't rhyme. But if the first two letters are ever the same, I drop them both and say the name. Like Bob, Bob drop the B's, Bo, Ob, or Fred, Fred drop the F's, fo, red, or Mary, Mary drop the M's, mo, airy. That's the only rule that is contrary. Be right, be right, be right, bo, e right, banana, fana, fo, fee right, fee, fi, mo, me right. Ta. Be right. Hey, 21. Hey, Trooper, says Be Right. The last one must have been late in the month. I think so, maybe, but welcome. Hey, everybody. How are you doing? You're bad at telling jokes. It's not you, Ice Bunny. It wasn't you. It was me giving the rhythm of it wrong. It was the rhythm. It was the rhythm of the night. The night. Oh, yeah. So, Schmelzer, Happy New Year from the future. Oh, Happy Silvester. Fröhliche Silvester und alles Gutes und so. Happy New Year's. So, gosh, there's so much I want to tell you. Let's see, where are we at? I wanted to say, oh, hey, Spider Queen Long followed me. Spider Queen Long is not here, but followed at some point in time. And I just want to give some love to Spider Queen Long. I don't know if you know, Spider Queen Long and I were in the Twilight 2000 game together. And she's awesome. So just like all the love right there is what I want to do. But Be Right just gave 500 bits for the new year. And I want to sing the name. I want to sing We're in the Money, as sung by Ginger Rogers in the film Gold Diggers of 1933, which means I want to sing it in Pig Latin. Nanosphere said, I found that maybe it was the wine or something, but after I started drinking the wine, I started feeling a lot of pain in my body. Well, you know, wine has got tannins, you know, in it, maybe. Happy New Year's, UTC, Tom Friends, Happy New Year's. And so, Airway and hey, the anime. Airway and hey, the anime. Eve way out, gale up, way out, way it wakes to ted, gale young way. Airway and hey, the anime. Hey, the ice skates are on, he say. Oh man, the aviation pray, we are, there you stay on way on rail. Eve ebony eat bread, lay on slay, of way at Brian's lay, te day. And when we see the end, the order will look left, the eye get right in the eye, we're in the money. We're in the money. We've got a lot of what it takes to get along. Woo-hoo. Thank you so much for that, Be Right. Thank you for giving me an excuse to sing all over the place. And hey, everybody, there's so much to talk about. I'm so excited. First off, it has been an amazing year. This year, in the foxhole in 2020. It's not been a great year outside of the foxhole, but that's why you have a foxhole. Right? I mean, the reason why you have a foxhole is so that you can get in the foxhole when everything outside is ridiculous. And then when you're in the foxhole, you're safe. Especially if you have a grenade sump and then everything is fine. This was the year I started some medication. That is amazing. Me too, Nano, right? This is all I'm saying. So, I suppose before I start with anything, I should tell you that, you know, I have this new microphone, which you're not currently hearing, but I'm going to make you hear right about now. So I want you to hear it. So right now you're currently hearing the Blue Yeti mic, which is a USB mic, and it's right over there hanging out. And I'm going to switch over to the AT2020, and then you can tell me what you think. So I'm turning off the Blue Yeti, so you will no longer hear the Blue Yeti. But now I've got, this is now the AT2020. I was Silent Trooper. So now you're hearing the other mic, the new mic that I have. I don't know what you think about it. I don't know how you feel about it. I was not Oh, I have a story about that actually. Oh, thanks. Smooth. Sweet. I have a pop filter, which is not currently on. I also have a shock mount, which I was using for my Blue Yeti, which I could probably, oh, there's less ambient noise. Ooh. Oh. So this is the new one. This is the new, probably because it's closer to my mouth. I may not need the shock mount. We'll see, because I'm going to move. Oh, I should try typing. Okay. Now, okay. So here's the thing. It is no longer sitting on my desk, so it should take up less. So it's tricky, right? It's tricky. I wonder what the previous mic would sound like close to you. It's tricky. The thing is that the Blue Yeti sounded better before I moved to this new apartment, and one of the reasons why is because the desk that came with the apartment has a really thin lip, like it's very, very thin, which means the boom arm that I have would not work on, would not attach to this desk. And actually it broke when I tried to attach it, which was terrible. So the Blue Yeti used to be suspended like on an arm in a shock mount, and would come over the top of my monitors and kind of sit right about here. You can't see where it is, but it sit like right about here. And it sounded much better. But now, because the boom arm wouldn't work, I have to put the Blue Yeti on the desk itself, which means you can't hear it now, which means anything that happens on the desk sort of comes up through the Blue Yeti and sounds a lot louder. The Audio Technica right now I have on a regular boom mic stand, because I got a boom mic stand for it. So it should not be, let me move that a little bit back. So it should not pick up the kinds of typing things that it should not pick up the typing sounds in the same way that the Blue Yeti does when it's sitting on the desk. So let's see. All the music and everything else from 1925 falls into For Lo Santo. I'm gonna tell you something about that, because you do need to know something a little bit distressing, and that is music published in 1925 comes into the public domain, but recordings, they did a little bit of sneakiness, the recordings, and I have to look up something, because I checked it out. I've been tracking this actually. The shock mount will make it so you can move a boom around without getting lots of sounds coming through. Yep. Having said that, the move didn't really pick up a lot. Oh, all right. So this is me typing. I wanted to type. I wanted to go somewhere on purpose because I want to talk to you about stuff. So this is me typing. Okay. And all right. So I have things to share with you. But first off, what was it? It was, wait, I think I just totally lost my train of thought. No, wait, 1925. It was For Lo Santo. Yes, it was 1925. Thank you. That's what it was. I'm surprised the 2020 rejected as well as it did. Did you set up a compressor, and all that? No, actually, I have not. Ooh, actually, I haven't set up the compressor yet, which I really need to do. Oops, sorry. Normally, I have a really nice, I have a series of, I have some really good compressors that I put on through OBS, which I do not currently have on this mic. And I need to, like, I have a couple like noise gates that takes out some of the ambient noise. And I have not set those up for OBS, and I have to remember to do that. Because, I just set it up. I didn't put in the gates. I will put in the gates, not Bill Gates, but the sound gates. Probably best not to do it until you get a baseline. Yeah. But like it's very low stuff, and I will put it in there. I haven't done it yet. Gates are important. Oh, that song by the Smiths. Right. Okay. Wait. Did I write this down, or did I have to look it up again? This is my question. hold on. Let me do, because here's the thing I want to tell, because look, I have been, um, looking into this, right? I actually downloaded the actual copyright legislation and I did the math and I looked into it. So I'm going to tell you some stuff about some copyright. Also, I don't know if you know that there's a new bill that I think got pushed through the Senate. Ice Bunny would love to share some delicious food with us, but, you know, could not. So there's a brand new bill that that was pushed through Congress. It was like a copyright thing that was attached to a spending bill. So like it wasn't actually a copyright bill by itself. It was just like slipped in. And I don't know if that is going to be a thing or not. Like these are some questions. Yeah, the streaming copyright thing that was attached to the funding bill. And what it does is that it makes like violating copyright a felony on streams. So if you violate copyright law, it will now be a felony. And there's various discussion. A lot of people are freaking out. They're like hair on fire. Other people are saying it's not a big deal. All it will do is just basically make streaming be the same as everything else. And anyway, they don't mean regular streamers. They just mean like Pirate Bay. And I was like, who's been talking about Pirate Bay? I feel like no one's talked about Pirate Bay in like 15 years. Hey, Falcon of Venom. So I don't know. It makes something like restreaming pay wrestling for profit now a federal offense. It does. I think people are worried that it will end up being applied to regular streamers, but who knows really, because Pirate Bay was downloading. So yeah, who knows what's going to happen with that one. But anyway, part of what was going on is that everything is legal. It's only enforcement that matters. So if you remember the Music Modernization Act, which happened in 2018, is that national? It is national, yeah. And implicitly streaming or showing pay porn for profit is also now a federal crime. And yes. So in 2018, the Music Modernization Act happened in order to basically rationalize, because music recordings have been different from most of the other medium for a couple of reasons, and that is that music was not included in the various recordings were not included in the various copyright acts, federal copyright acts, which meant that for the longest time until basically the Music Modernization Act, it doesn't matter, because people will still reach out and touch you in bad ways. You had to find out what state the recording was made in, and then figure out what those copyright laws were for the recording itself. So it was like just a mess. It was a bunch of mess of stuff. It was really terrible. So the Music Modernization Act is supposed to then sort of put everything under the same umbrella so that everything is going to be fine now. But I do want to say, of course, that just for some context, copyright was originally 25 years after publication was the original copyright term. Back when we first started doing this, it was 25 years after publication, and then it goes into the public domain. It ended up getting lengthened, of course, to about 50 years after publication, which it was in the UK and Canada for quite some time. The US, Disney pressured the US Congress to just keep extending copyright so that Mickey Mouse would not go into the public domain. Mickey Mouse was introduced in 1923. Yep. And so that was always a thing, but other countries didn't necessarily follow along, although we then put on economic pressure to do so. And so there's a big question about when things go in the public domain and then you change the law, do things retroactively go back into the public domain? So there's all that. So for example, James Bond, early James Bond novels went into the public domain in Canada, but basically nowhere else. So you could now do public domain stuff with like the first couple of James Bond novels if you're only in Canada. But I think Canada might have changed their laws to conform with ours. Mickey Mouse is a trademark. I think it's Steamboat Willie, the actual cartoon itself. Yeah, lots of copyrights are now just being extended and extended. So now instead of things dipping from copyright, now everything has some implicit copyright forever. Now, here's a little fun bit of trivia, which I think it's about music. I think this is fascinating. So in the UK, the Beatles had more number one singles than Elvis. But the UK had not extended their copyright laws to be different than like the 50 years after publication. So in 2005, yeah, you could show Steamboat Willie all you wanted if it wasn't copyrighted. It doesn't mean you can use Mickey Mouse and Stinky Pete. But I think you could use Steamboat Willie is what I think you could probably use, right? You could like use images of Steamboat Willie, who looks a little bit different than Mickey Mouse, right? Yeah. Anyway, so 2005, I think it would have been. Are we only talking sad things today? Well, I mean, I don't know if copyright is sad. It just is what it is. I mean, there are some people who think copyright is great. They think it's awesome that artists' work are protected for 75 years after they die. Because, you know. Anyway, so 2005 is when Elvis Presley's first singles went into public domain in the UK. And when pure black and white compared to red pants, it's true. Hey, Pro DM Joey. So when Elvis went to the public domain about 2005, his first singles, right? They re-entered the charts in the UK because they were now public domain. And Elvis then overtook the Beatles in terms of number ones, the number of number ones in the UK because his stuff was being replayed again. There was all this excitement about Elvis, right? In like 2005, 2006. And it's fine if you're tipsy, Ice Bunny. I don't judge you. I'm sure the public trusts in the artist's name love it, except that the public trusts don't have that stuff for the most part. It's Sony, BMG, Universal, and like, because basically, like, because the artists almost never own their stuff for the most part, right? Like for the most stuff, all that stuff is owned. Because here's the thing: artists don't own their masters. Artists don't own the recordings at all. When you make a record with a record company, it's a work for hire, and the record company owns your masters. So the artist doesn't own that. The artist doesn't own it at all. And it often becomes a huge problem because sometimes record companies will let records go out of print. And the artist is like, I would like these things to be back in print. And the record company's like, I don't care. But the artist can't do anything about it. That was, as a matter of fact, a big deal about Taylor Swift and the whole Scooter Braun thing, because her first record company owner owned all of her work. And she now has a lot of money and she wanted to buy the masters from this person. And the person was like, maybe, we'll see. Yeah, artists don't own their music anymore. The only people who are hurt by music not moving to the public domain for largely no music is the label, no one else. I mean, now artists may own the song, but they don't own the recordings, right? They might have the publishing rights. Maybe they might own the song if they wrote it, but they don't own the album. So anyway, did I finish the Elvis thing? I did not finish the Elvis thing. I wanted to finish that thought, and then I want to get back to. I did not finish the Elvis thing. So here's the thing. So Elvis goes in public domain, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is so great!" And I said, "How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that the UK will extend their copyright terms right before the Beatles would go into public domain?" And I was right, by the way. They did. And I was like, of course, right? Yeah. Was that not a thing with the one song where haters gonna hate? Oh, Scooter Braun, thank you. But also comes You Made It on Our Devices. Except that, thank you, Taylor Swift. But of course, the thing is, Nano, that you might have, first off, they didn't always make it. They don't always make it on their devices, right? So sometimes the artists make it not in the studios owned by the record companies, and also every cost that goes into making that album is charged to the artist. So the record company doesn't actually, they front a lot of money, and if the artist doesn't make any money, then they're sort of stuck holding the bag. But everything that they spend, everything they charge back to the artist, and they take it out. So for example, I was interviewing the arranger for Tori Amos, the person who arranged Tori Amos's Strange Little Girls album, because I was doing a project on the song 97 Bonnie and Clyde, sort of the Eminem original, and then the Tori Amos cover, and the whole discourse around Eminem and sexism and whether or not he's joking or not joking. And it was like there's like a whole big discourse. And so I was doing an analysis of these two songs, putting them together. And I was at UCLA at the time, so I was like, the arranger lives in LA. Let me see if I can interview the arranger. And I did. And he told me the most fascinating thing about Tori Amos, and that was that, her first album, Little Earthquakes, did very well. Her second album, Under the Pink, also did very well. Very successful, both those albums. Her third album, Boys for Pele, I think it did a little bit less well, but still did well. He told me that she made zero income at all until Boys for Pele, because before Little Earthquakes, she was in a band called Why Tori Can't Read, and they put out an album, same record label, and that album didn't do well. And so the record label basically, she was in debt. The rest of the band wasn't, because I suppose they didn't continue on, but she was in debt for that first album under the band's name. And so everything she made for the first two albums went to pay off the debt for that album that she was in a band for. And I was like, oh my gosh. And he said that she said to them, how am I supposed to eat food? Like, how am I supposed to pay rent? How am I supposed to eat food? How am I supposed to, well, it's not exclusive to K-pop, Ice Bunny. It's like the entire music industry. It's the entire music industry. So, and, also like they still charge breakage fees, because,
back in the day, when you would sort of press LPs, a certain percentage of LPs would vinyl shellac, right, would break in the process. And of course they would charge the artist for those breakage fees, right? So like basically the artist gets charged for everything. Now artists are still charged breakage fees, even though for the most part, they're not making vinyl anymore, but that's just, how it is. I believe that in the last 20 years, the label goes out of their way to make the publishing owned by at least 5 people who all worked on it. So even the artists that write their own music don't get real profits off of it. Linda Perry had a documentary made about the writing process for Pink and Christina Aguilera, and the labels forced more writers so the performer artists couldn't make decisions on what happens to it later on. Yes, but of course, that also happened in the 1950s. That has been happening for decades and decades, in the sense that, for example, this was actually... hey, Lastocratic, I did not hear the news about Doom. What's the news about Doom? Sometimes servers break. So this was... Oh, I've got too many threads going on. It's fine. So Alan Freed, who was one of the people that brought... that sort of invented rock and roll. That's a really hard question. Like, who started rock and roll? It's a stupid question, but... MF... Wait, I'm sorry, what? MF Doom? No. Pro... right now, but now it's the standard instead of the horse. Yeah, Pro DMJ, totally. And also, keep talking. Pro DMJ, I want to keep hearing all this stuff. I love it. It's the best. Wow. I can't believe that MF Doom just passed away. That's terrible. Oh. Krellin, I think, is on tangent duty. So Taylor Swift, don't we forget about Alan Freed. MF Doom is a hip hop artist who had this whole persona of being like Dr. Doom, and this really kind of interesting nerdy hip hop that was really, really quite influential and interesting. And died. Apparently in October. Wow. Did they die of COVID? Ooh. That 49. Wow. Oof. So, Taylor Swift, we're going to, right. Publishing. Yeah. Tori Amos. So, Tori Amos she said to them, because also record companies often would not allow you to release albums too frequently. So, so she said, how am I supposed to earn any money? Right? Because all the money I would be earning is going to paying off, right, the debt from the first album. What is the right way to say I've not heard of them while accounting for that? It isn't my thing, and I can't. No, just say I haven't heard of them. That's all. Look, well, I don't know them. That's it. I don't worry about it. I just say I don't know them. There are a lot of people I don't know. Even in genres that I listen to all the time, there are a lot of people I don't know. Right. So she says, how am I supposed to earn any money? And what they said to her was, and by the way, pro DM Joey, this goes back to your point, right? This goes back to your point. They said to her, well, we know that you have no money for food or rent. To say the least, I was hard pressed. Sorry. They said, if you sell us, because she wrote all of her own music. She's a singer-songwriter, and like she didn't have collaborators, and so it was like basically all her on her first 2 albums, which were doing very, very well. And they said to her, well, if you sell us the publishing rights to your music, we will give you money. Like, you can just sell us all the publishing rights to your songs, and then you can have money that way. And then you can have like health insurance and food and pay rent. So how about that for a deal? And she said, I can work in a piano bar and earn money that way. You're not getting my publishing rights. And so she didn't. She did not. They basically try to use the fact that they were not paying her to basically force her to give them her publishing rights. And she just didn't. She said, you know what? I have worked, I have busked, I've worked in piano bars before. I can do it again. I'm not giving you my publishing rights. And so she didn't. And good for her. She did. Yeah, right. That was it. Sell me your life's work, AK Soul, and we will give you basic human decency. The leverage of these companies. Yeah. And the thing is, and here's the thing about music, and I'm going to come back to these other thoughts because tangenting, is that there are a couple of things that are happening all at once. And one is that music industry people tend to target young people, right? They tend to target people who are 18, 17, 19, 20, who are pretty young and who don't have lawyers. So that puts those people at a disadvantage because they don't have an entire major corporation's worth of lawyers and they're 18, you know what I mean? And often they don't have huge amounts of money. And then the second thing, and this is something I think is really important, and it's one of my hobby horses as a scholar of music. Krellin said, somebody asked me on Twitter today, what's your problem with voluntarily exchanging your labor for money? And I responded, it's not voluntary. Krellin, we can then talk about, there's other things I can yes and that, Krellin. I can yes and that with some more stuff. Oh, this box is in my way. Move it there. So, selling, money, artists, right? 18-year-olds. So here's the thing. This is a thing that's really important to me. And I try to tell my students this all the time, and I've been working really hard on it. And it is this: there is a narrative, for what I think Krellin means by it's not voluntary is that if you don't work, you starve, right? So you're not volunteering. You're not choosing freely to do that labor, because if you don't do it, you die. So like if we had universal basic income so that we wouldn't have to worry about dying if we didn't work, then we would be voluntarily exchanging labor for goods, right? Because it's about coercion, right? Well, now I'm gonna have to say the thing. So there is a discussion coming out of the ACLU, and I would tie this into the 70s, but I won't. I'll just do this one because it's a slightly easier example that will not get us into a huge discussion. But the ACLU is having a discussion right now about plea bargains, saying that there is some, that I read a brief from them arguing that plea bargains are not necessarily voluntary, in the sense that, I mean, if you are not in prison, then sure. But if you are currently in prison, in jail, right? If you're being held in jail pending your trial, and because you're too poor to make bail, right? So you're not wealthy enough to be able to make bail. So you cannot spend your time before your trial at home. You're spending your time before your trial in jail, away from your family, away from your whatever. Maybe you're probably going to lose your job because you can't go to work because you're hanging out in jail. And sometimes they put you in, you know, solitary confinement, or they harass you, or they mess with you, and there's like it's not a great environment. And in this moment, and trial sometimes, especially if you're not wealthy, will take 2 years or more before you actually get to trial. That speedy trial thing is not so great right now. And so then the DA will say, hey, if you plea bargain, if you say that you're guilty to this lesser thing, we will get you out now or really quickly. And so that basically there are people who are innocent who will sign plea bargains because it is like they're innocent people saying that they're guilty in order to get out of jail, because it would take 2 years, 3 years before they actually get to trial. And so the ACLU has argued that those people are not actually, that basically consent cannot be given in that situation, right? That even though they are freely and voluntarily signing this plea bargain, that actually because of the situation, of the power dynamics and where it is, that it's actually not true consent. So that's been an argument about like consent, right? So that would be, right, that would be sort of what that's about. Yeah, Scabionic says, yeah, debtor's prison is supposed to be illegal, yeah. Is there a difference between jail and prisons? Yes. Prisons are for people who have been convicted of crimes, and jails are for people who are awaiting trial, and also sometimes people who have also been convicted of crimes. So you could be in jail just when you're awaiting trial, or just when you've been picked up. Yeah. I mean, would you say to that is an entitled view, having an income that exists external to work? You know, I mean, I think since many things depend on the access of work, survival money. So I suppose I would note that I suppose I would say that we don't treat everybody equally in this regard. So what counts as work? Like if you're wealthy and you inherited $1 billion, nobody says that you're entitled or lazy. People think that you worked, like you earned that money, your family earned that money, and people don't tend to judge you as much as poor people, right? So like there's different ways of sort of framing it. I mean, also, I mean, there was an answer. There's a really interesting Twitter thread where somebody said that parents should not be charging their children rent to live there, and people are like, that's really entitled. People should know, like children should know that there's nothing free in the world, so they should be charged rent. And this is like, oh, Gen Z, so entitled. Of course, children should be charged rent to live at their parents' house. And I was like, interesting, right? Like they're, you know, it's interesting, different ways of thinking about it. Jails is being held for local police department. Prisons are large institutions. Yeah. Sometimes the plea bargains can get them out of jail faster than it would take to get a trial. Yep, that's right. Untersuchungsgefängnis. Yeah, it's just like, it's like a local, it's like they're usually local, they're usually smaller, although not always, some of them are large, depending on where you live. And that's just where, like, when you arrest somebody, you take them to jail, and they sit in jail until, like, either the charges are dropped, or maybe they get bailed out, or maybe they have to stay there. Happy New Year, Vo. Happy New Year. Also, many parents think of their offspring as property, wanting return on investment of time, money, and effort. That is correct, Nano. There are many people who see all people as not human beings with any kind of intrinsic value, but just property to exploit, or labor to exploit. So some people don't care about human beings at all and see them only as things to own and exploit. And, you know, as just only for their utility, for what they can get you. And if that's how you feel about things, that's how you feel about things. I tend to think people have value outside of labor. Sort of read traditionally, I tend to have a more humanitarian view of human beings and their place in the world. I also think that people shouldn't be exploited, even if you can do it. I don't think you should. But I mean, other people feel differently. Like, I mean, other people feel like it's really fine to exploit people. Like, who cares about other people? If, like, you can screw other people over and take all their stuff, then you win. And I don't tend to feel that way, but people do. There are people who feel that way. It's not my bag. It's not my bag. My parents used paying rent as an incentive for me to move out. I was a stubborn child. Figured if I had to pay rent, I could pay for my own place. I've been thought about that, Rissa. Dropping the agent. Oh, Taylor Swift. Thank you, Crellin. Thank you. And that offspring are only there to serve in obedience to parents. Yep, people do feel that. They do. Robin Williams one was very entertaining. Oh, yeah. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hey, Drew, can you tell me about Korea? Oh, yeah, no, I will tell you about that as well. Don't let me forget. We've got a lot to talk about, clearly. And when I think about this idea of like, oh, you should charge your children rent because they need to move out and they need to be responsible, all that. One of the things I think about actually is my dad. So my dad is, it might be a 14-hour stream. So my dad is Italian American, and he grew up in a very sort of traditional working class Italian American family. My dad is also a boomer, right? So his parents were basically before the big move to suburbs and all of that. So, in the context of my dad's family, the idea that you would charge your children rent because they should move out is weird, because also the expectation is that your parents will probably also live with you, right? So my dad grew up and his grandparents lived in the same house as his parents, right? It was like this is like multi-generational living, right? Like, which like a tradition of multi-generational living where the parents have kids and those kids stay there, and then they may move out or they may not, but at some point in time, probably also you're going to be living with your parents because your parents need you to take care of them. And the idea then, I mean, we could get very mercenary about it, right? And so you charge your kids rent, and then when you get old and you need help, they are like, sorry, can you pay me? Mom and dad, if you can't pay me, die in the street. Like, I mean, you're like, how mercenary do you want to get about this, right? Becomes the question. And I think, it's not the world I want to live in, but it is the world that some people want to live in. So, I mean, again, I am not utilitarian that way. For us and our kids, it's pay rent or go to college. Vo said, I had a very interesting discussion with a friend of mine about the intersection of belief, politics, gender, and sexuality. That was an interesting one. Ooh, sounds really interesting. It's always good to discover your friends have far more nuanced, reasonable positions than you realize. Yeah. Nana says, I would love to find a place that was the same price that I pay for rent that also comes with food preparation. But the cost I pay is the spoon and blood toll. And I think that we also have to sort of just recognize that we have a narrative of like hard work being good for your soul that really is just made so that working class people accept working in really unfair conditions for not enough money. Because I don't see a lot of, say, corporate CEOs who make $1 million a year for going to 5 board meetings total, or board members, let's say board members, saying, you know what, the value of hard work means that I should only be paid like $10 to like do it. Like, no, they want $1 million. You know what I mean? Like, most of those people who make huge amounts of money don't, when they talk about the value of work for no money being like good for you, they don't tend to apply it to themselves. Just noting that one. That's all. Ooh, going to cook, says Kurt Witch. I'm listening. Yep. Odia says, the idea that your children move out at all is weird in many of my clan's constituent cultures. Yeah, Odious, right. The idea that you'd move out at all, like there's like, that's a very modern idea, right? The idea that your children should move out or else they're not really adults or not real adults is a very, very middle class and up, and very post-World War II way of thinking about things. I mean, if you lived on a farm, very often the expectation is that you would not move out, right? That you would stay on the farm and you would work the farm as your parents worked the farm. And that there were crises when people started leaving farms, because that's not what the expectation was. The expectation was that you would stay, right? Because, historically going back, like medieval time period, etc., you generally tended to learn your profession that your parents had, right? So like the home was also the workplace, and you learned the profession that your parents had, and then it was expected that you would continue on, right, in the profession that your parents had. People talk about Mozart being a genius, that Mozart was this huge genius who was making symphonies at the age of 3 or whatever. His father was a composer, right? You know what I mean? Like that, you just sort of, you just pass on your profession, and there's a sort of this idea that you kind of basically stay within the space, and that of course changed post World War II. My mom definitely needs me to look after her. Scabianac says, yeah, I'm sure if something happens with my parents, I'll be moving in, right? Yeah, the whole expectation of the nuclear family is weirdly new. It's really, really new. My siblings are married and have kids, so that leaves me, says Scabianac. Right, and that's the thing. There are certain kinds of people who, you know, out of the siblings, it's going to be your job to take care of your parents. And they're going to move in with you, and you're going to take care of them if you have that kind of value system. Because we don't have really good retirement. So yeah, there are all these models that we have. Again, it's so weird. The nuclear family is so new. It is so new, and we sort of forget that. We think that this thing is like trans-historical, and it's not. It's the same thing with when people were defending traditional marriage. But it's like traditional marriage is like what? Not that old at all. It's really not like, ooh. The thing that you have, your imagination of a traditional marriage is just, it's just not very old at all. Nano says, she can't move much. She needs help with a lot of things that she couldn't get help with without me. Yeah. DM Joey says, yeah, for me, it was pay rent while going to college. Yeah. It's interesting, right? Because I moved out when I was 18 because I joined the army. But my parents and I did not have that relationship. Like I did not get paid. Like my parents did not pay me and I did not pay them. That's just not whatever. Like, so I did. So for example, some people would, this is like, wait, somebody loves me. Somebody loves me. Oh, I'm not caught up on chat. I'm going to catch up on chat so I can find out. Hey, my Deloney, how are you doing? This is Barantor. My father has said some things about us moving into his house and him living in a smaller house behind it. Senior care and childcare fees are services as our services. And that's true, right? There's a lot of like what we would call barter, right? Or like just exchange, right? That oftentimes those grandparents, like my dad's grandparents, my great grandparents did childcare. Like, so his parents worked in factories, and he and his siblings were watched by my dad's parents, right? So my dad's grandparents watched them. That's free childcare. But in exchange, also, they were living there. Like, there's like a, like families take care of each other. And by family, it could also be chosen family. It doesn't have to be birth family. It could be whatever. And someone says, and Nano says, I was trying really hard not to impose Auschwitz, work makes you free. Well, Nano, I mean, there's people use rhetoric in really messed up ways sometimes. Ice Bunny says, I grew up in a 4-generation household. My brother, my first apartment was in Oma's house, easing my dad's mind that we were around to look after him. Yeah. Pro DM Joey says, yeah, Nerve is pushed by the rich class to keep us blindly fighting one another, thinking we are hurting. Got to sell those houses somewhere. And Crohn's like very American too. Yes. Like Europe doesn't exactly have the extra space. Oh no, that's also true. Cause I mean, we have all this space, right? And having all this space changes a lot in terms of what it means to live. Vo says, Trooper, just for context, the friend I had that conversation with is a pastor's son with a strong faith. So it was quite thought-provoking to hear him say, I'd rather vote for a righteous atheist than a regressive, hypocritical Christian. Oh, that's amazing. Good for him. Good for your friend or her son. Good for him. Barantor says, yeah, at the farm, you'd probably build a small house on the farm next to the main one. Exactly. Right? Exactly. Or it might already be built because like that's what they call them, in-law homes, right? So like and actually even in cities, and this is really fascinating, and the move out thing is also a Western thing. It is. Yeah. And it's a post-war thing as well. Here they're being used as financial capital preservation. So a lot of people can't actually afford them. Yeah. Also, I will say that, I don't know if you've ever seen this, but in California, we did have them. You could see them in a lot of parts of California. And I can't speak for other parts of the US, but in like San Francisco, we certainly had them, parts of Los Angeles, but like very dense, like densely packed cities that are not, where you don't have a lot of space. So, the place that I grew up in San Francisco actually had a spot for it but didn't have it anymore because it had been torn down. But what they're called is in-law houses, right? So they'll be like an apartment, a flat, a house, and where there'd be a backyard. In the backyard, there's a little tiny bungalow, and that's called the in-law. And the idea being that, the parent can live in that bungalow in the backyard. So there's a tradition even in like cities of having your family live with you. Yeah. Family professions were war, medicine, or engineering. Johnny Blams! Happy preemptive New Year's. Hey, Johnny Blams. Johnny Blams, I hope you're going to hang out with us today because, by the way, Johnny Blams, you're awesome. The house we grew up in was one of 3 on the family farm, and our family has owned that land for over 100 years, yeah. Love and marriage is a thing basically only boomers started. Love for marriage. It's older than that, actually. Carlin, love for marriage starts happening at the end of the 19th century. Basically, it's the rise of the middle classes is what does it. It's actually, there's a really interesting, what was the book that I was reading about this? There's some really interesting work on the impact of the creation of the middle class on culture in general. And one of the things being that once you move from feudalism to capitalism and you get the rise of the middle class, the Industrial Revolution, there's all of this inequality. And under serfdom, you could explain the inequality because, well, monarchs are ordained by God to rule everything, and you're ordained to be a serf. So, it's just kind of how that is. Right? Like, that's just how it is. Like, it's a great chain of being and all that. But once we get capitalism, which says that everybody can, like, social mobility and blah, 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 and worth and value, the lack of equality could be somewhat distressing. And so various things developed to make people feel better about inequality, and one of them was love for marriage. So the idea being that, sure, I may be a Rockefeller and you may be super poor, but you know what we all have? We all have love. We can all get married for love. And of course, marriage was not for love for the most part. Was not the point of it. I mean, if you got it, great, you know what I mean? But that was as a bonus, but that was not what it's about. But part of the whole rhetoric of like the romantic marriage in that particular way, as opposed to marriage for duty, or for inheritance or politics or whatever, was about sort of like changing class dynamics, which is, So yeah. So yeah, it's about like 200 years old, maybe, ish. And that's not, and even then, it's not for everybody, right? My parents were 19 and 20 when they married. Once I graduated from college, they were ready for me to go because my age, they had 2 kids and married to, yeah. People love using history to support their stance, no matter what actual history is. Hey, when I was in high school, my Chinese classmate asked how we take care of our elderly parents. Mm-hmm. Less than, yeah, for the days when you just married your spawn off. Yeah, right. I mean, if you are a serf, it's not, you know what I mean? Like you might have love and that's great, but that's not necessarily what marriage was for. And a lot of people actually didn't get married at all, especially if you were poor. If you were poor, you often didn't get, I have Coldrake, the Strauss and Howe, the Strauss and Howe book, Generations. I have read it. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. I think that property has been in the family for 90 years. Mm-hmm. Nanosphere says, I was also watching SciShow's show on brilliant women and how they had changed the direction of medical and scientific disciplines. And a question I had was, were the men with all the education, training, privilege, and experience making the discoveries and changes compared to women who were doing hobbyist stuff that was co-opted by the men, and sometimes women did die getting proper... Nanosphere, the answer to that question is... very often what would happen is that men would marry women who were really smart and brilliant, and then they would just take credit for all their stuff. And that has been very standard. So, for example, a number of Mozart's compositions are believed to be written by his sister Nannerl. A number of Schumann's compositions were written by his wife, Clara Schumann. A number of like Felix Mendelssohn's compositions were actually written by his sister, Fanny Mendelssohn. But also in addition, for example, women are often expected to do a lot of unpaid labor and unacknowledged labor. So you can think about, for example, in the in academia, right? Old academia was basically a bunch of old dudes who were the professors, right? Old dudes are professors. I'm an old dude. I'm a professor, and I'm brilliant because I write 80 books. Brilliant. And what they would often do is like marry their grad students, and then they would have their grad students do all of their editing, often all of their typing, and sometimes their writing as well. So like these brilliant books written by these dudes were like not substantially, were substantially also co-written often by their wives. Same thing with Bertolt Brecht. Quite often it is said that a number of his girlfriends or wives wrote a bunch of his stuff. Same thing with Jean-Paul Sartre, that Simone de Beauvoir did a lot of his stuff as well. But, you know, women couldn't get a bank account under their own name in the United States until 1975. So women were, unless they were like nobility or insanely independently wealthy in some kind of a way, which is difficult to be independently wealthy when you can't have your own bank account, women were economically held hostage, right? So there's just a lot they couldn't do, right? There's not a lot of autonomy when you cannot have your own bank account. So that whole like diamonds are a girl's best friend, the whole like gold digger diamond thing where people are like, oh, women just want diamonds. Well, it's because they couldn't have their own bank account. Like if you got a diamond ring and it turns out that your husband was abusive and dangerous, you could leave with that diamond ring, and that diamond ring would actually keep you alive, right? Because you don't have a bank, you don't have any of your own money, but you can have jewelry. So, and actually Rissa, who's here, was playing a really cool character in a game we were in. She can talk about that. It was really, really good. She was, you know, she was a daughter of nobility, I think, right? Daughter of nobility, who ran away, right, and became like a, you know, sort of. I think she passed herself off as an actress. And it was a swashbuckling game. We were all fencing. We were all doing fencing. But what she'd done is she'd like had taken her jewelry with her, and it was her jewelry that was basically her wealth. My grandparents raised me and my brother. That was Ice Bunny. Yep. Barentor says, yeah, that's what my father was talking about for us. That sort of in-law suite thing. Yeah. Here in our town, they call them castias. Oh. And our city recently let them be built since they changed our zoning law to make suburban sprawl. Oh, that's really interesting. Love and marriage starts around the spiritualism movement. Yeah, so it's all around like, you know, into the 18th century, 19th century. Odd you bring up churches. I just finished Greenleaf. Marriage was for access. Yeah. I forgive my parents a lot of the BS because I find out more. I see that we're all victims of serendipity and trauma. Thank you, Krellin, by the way. I just want to get myself caught up. A lot of people these days don't think about marriage as a contractual and legal agreement, and they probably should. Remember Fiddler Roof? Love. What does love have to do with marriage? Or Cher or Tina Turner. What's love got to do with it? Right? Like that, yeah. Marriage is for security. It's weirdly conflated with romance and fulfillment, but it's so often tied to longer term things like inheritance and child rearing. What's the word? Inheritance, child rearing, diplomacy, politics. That remains of the married with children intro, right? Pairing the idea of, oh yeah, that's right, Nano. You know what? I really want to say that all surprised me, but I sadly can't. Yeah, I have to get remarried before. So I have to get remarried before I can try to publish. I mean, it's amazing. You know, it was the same thing like with well, I'll come back to officers. I have to find a person who's part of a publishing house. How women were not allowed to have their own bank account, credit card in the late 70s. Yep, that's right. Right? Salle d'armes. That is correct, Rissa. The diamond ring was a form of a dowry. It was a way for them it was a form of safety, right? Jewelry is the smallest transportable wealth that exists. Thank you, Mrs. Barentor. Yes, right. It's like, and it was wealth that women could have, right? It was wealth that women had access to when they didn't get access to. I mean, you have to think about this, right? Women's education, like in the United States, 1850 was the first women's college, and you start getting a couple more in like 1852, 53, but the bulk of them start happening a little bit later. Again, later Industrial Revolution. So women were not getting educations. They couldn't work. Well, I mean, if you were poor, you were always working, but I mean, they could not generate independent wealth. And so, jewelry they could keep, right? So if you needed to get out of there, I've got to come back to Mae West now. The diamond funds your parachute yes. One of the artists who works on her PhD did an installation about human computer that was a woman who did all the calculations for some physics student. Oh yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. Also, the diamonds are a girl's best friend thing is also partially due to marketing by De Beers. Was interesting because, jewelry in like De Beers was working hard with the diamond situation, but jewelry in general has been like basically a way for women to find sort of safety. Rissa said that she escaped a convent and ran off to be an actress. Yes, and it was her jewelry that kept her alive. So the classic 50s family life was the prison. Yes, yes. Oh, Coldrake. I have to tell you, don't let me forget about this documentary, because someone could not survive easily in society. But also, the classic 50s family life was actually worse than what happened before, because, and I'll just tell you this here, there's a really great documentary series. Krellin is on top of keeping me on topic. He will remember the topic so I can get back to them. There's this really great documentary series called The 50s, and each part was about a different book and what that said about society. And I do not remember, I only saw 3 parts. I don't know if there were more, but one part was about men, and one part was about women, and one part was about suburbs. And they were fascinating documentaries. I think each one was an hour, right? And they did women and the feminine mystique. So each one was about like this topic and a book, and like what kind of impact that book had on society at the time and what it said about. Anyway, right? So women and the feminine mystique, men and the man in the gray flannel suit, and then suburbs in Peyton Place. And it talked about how awful suburbs were, right, post-war, because people had been living in these multi-generational homes. They were living in cities or farms where they had community, they had family, friends, they had people looking out for them. They moved to the suburbs, and you have to remember that at this point in time, suburbs were not like suburbs now. They had nothing but just houses. There was like nothing else, only houses, all sort of separate from each other. So people are taken out of their support network, brought into suburbs, and the men were commuting into the city to work. So these women were stuck in these suburbs with nothing except being told that they consumed a lot of goods, they would be happy. And there was a lot of domestic violence that were happening in the suburbs, but there was nobody to listen or to hear about it. So it was like bad. It was really, really bad. There's a good, Last Socratic says there's a good amount of debate about how much of Husserl's work should be credited to Edith Stein. See, this is really interesting. Yeah, there's also the Roma who literally wore money as jewelry. Yes, right? Yes. Pro DMJ is like, Tina Turner pun. Like, I know that you are, I know that I'm behind, but I'm on my way there. And now the jewelry companies are making plays for emotional connections since the objects can be made much cheaper and not from blood conflict. Oh my gosh. Taylor Swift, Alan Free Korea. Thank you, Carlin. But you know what? Can I tell you one of the ads that always sort of, Jer says, come to think, the reason why pirates are depicted with gold hoop earrings is because it was wealth enough for proper burial. Yeah, right? Because a lot of people cannot afford, do not have, like, who had access to bank accounts in the 1700s? I mean, there were banks in the 1700s, but I'll tell you what, it was not poor people who had access to them. You know what I mean? So you have to find other ways to generate wealth, right? I noticed that De Beers is pissing mad about China lately producing manufactured diamonds and screwing De Beers' monopoly. Oh, well. And diamonds look pretty, don't forget. That's when I stroll past the displays at Tiffany's. That is a glittering feast. Except that, do they look pretty? Like, they only look pretty because we are told they look pretty. Like, that's an aesthetic. We could live in a space where we think they look gaudy and tacky and not pretty at all. Where actually what is, I mean, and there are societies where that's the case, right? There are societies where the idea of diamonds and wearing diamonds would be actually considered terrible, right? Like, it would look awful. So like what we think of as pretty is constructed, right? It's constructed. Ah, yes, the 3 genders, men, women, and suburbs. I don't remember if there were like more parts than just those 3, and I really wish I could, you know. Oh man, Mrs. Barentor has thoughts on this jewelry talk and might need to do a chat stream with you. Yes, please. I want nothing more than to get Prax and Mrs. Barentor on a stream at the same time and talk about jewelry a lot. Like, I want to have that conversation so much, like, because I know Mrs. Barentor knows whole bunches of stuff that I want to learn. Like, I want to hear Mrs. Barentor's, I just want to open up my brain like that and then have Mrs. Barentor pour knowledge into my brain, because, oh my gosh, I'm so excited about how much I can learn from Mrs. Barentor when we go on stream. Like, I just don't even think you know. I just don't even think you know how excited I am. Yeah, Mrs. Barentor is like so smart and cool. De Beers manufactures their own diamonds too, by the way. So that story about the Chinese manufacturers is overblown. Or maybe they don't want you to think they do, you know. The only good thing about Tiffany's is having breakfast in front of it. Yeah, thank you. Lassocratic says the Amish, and actually that's part of the people I was thinking of. The Amish would be horrified, right? Javai says diamonds aren't that pretty, to be honest. Plenty of other fancy rocks are fancy. Diamonds kind of bland almost. Other gemstones seem prettier than those diamonds. And of course, I think it also depends on like rarity. I think there's probably like a lot, and Mrs. Barentor would know completely. Things odious families doesn't get. Entire branches of my family, bear in mind, upper class, don't at me, thought the suburbs were atrocious. They were used to multi-generational households, a measure of privacy from gossip, and the idea of media intruding on how to raise their children. Second and third gen immigrant children are often thought of as insufferable by my aunties. What's interesting, odious, is that suburbs are really middle class, right? Like really rich people don't want to live in suburbs. Like if you were super upper class, you don't want to live in suburbs, right? There's a way in which a lot of our culture was created from like the creation of middle class, but that is very new. Ice Bunny says they display them in a special light that makes them sparkle like crazy. Barentor says, this might actually be Mrs. Barentor. De Beers is non-monopoly, Mrs. Barentor says. They own 30% of the industry, so they have some pull, but not all monopolizing. Yeah, beauty and jewelry is all about opinions. There can be some very ugly jewelry. Right? And also, I think that this becomes like class-based. And this is I think really fascinating when we think about class. So there's this thing where, and I'm going to say, for example, Dolly Parton, who's amazing and a goddess, and we love her, or I love her. I don't know about you all. I statements. Also Elvis, like so basically, there's a thing about true high classness, true classiness. And what does mean high class when we say classy? Is showing enough wealth, but not too much. If you show too much, then you're not classy anymore, right? So there's this idea that like, there's that line between classy and gaudy, which is all about classism, right? I mean, that's what that is, right? So, oh my gosh, right? I practiced Mrs. Barentor's stream, like I would die for that stream. Rissa's like fire opals are words. I've always liked hematite, which is a stone, but I've always liked hematite. Honestly, diamonds are pretty in the right context, but personally, I think a lot of the lesser gems are far more aesthetically pleasing when it comes to rings. Prax plus Trooper plus Mrs. Barentor, we'd never see them again. Maybe not. We might never actually leave. It'd be fine. 12-hour stream. I want to live in a society where the response to diamond ring is, why the hell are you wearing a perfectly good drill tip on your finger? I like the fantasy ideal of jewelry. It is used for high-powered magic and nothing else. Yeah, I just want more. I want more Mrs. Barentor thoughts. You're making my wife blush and giggle with this comes. Well, no, but like, she knows stuff. So, okay, so over in our Discord, which we have one, I don't know if you've been there, but we have a Discord, and over in the Discord, somewhere in there, you'd have to do a search for, I don't know, Mrs. Barentor maybe. Mrs. Barentor, oh, actually, you can probably post it here. Mrs. Barentor has a website, and because Mrs. Barentor is like a jewel genius, a jewel expert, jewel appraiser, jewel crafter, oh, hey, Mrs. Barentor, I have to ask you a question. Anyway, like a brilliant gemologist, and put up a new website, which I looked at, and I learned so much just from the website. Like, I haven't even had a conversation with Mrs. Barentor yet, but Mrs. Barentor put this an amazing thing in the website. Like, what would you need an appraiser for? Like, why actually do you need to appraise gems? Like, what's the purpose of it? And what do they do? And what's a gemologist? And I learned, I was like, oh, I don't know why would you appraise a gem? And it was like, there was like not 2 options, or like 5 or 6 options. So it was like really, really cool. I learned a lot. I was very excited. I mean, we can just set the standard of plate armor as classic. She was asking me how to link her microscope camera to streaming software. Oh, yes. I am POV, a person from a poverty background, so I only have had an apartment. Yeah. If you don't love Dolly, I openly fight you with words. Yeah, that's fair. No, it's usually cubic zirconia in jewelry stores for their display because it shimmers. Oh, that's so interesting, Falcon. So I don't know anything about having a big house or multi-generational stuff. Yeah. But you might have a small house for multi-generational stuff, Nano, depending, right? I mean, it may not be big. There's a discussion about jewelry and its gaudiness, then I need a section devoted to grills. Yeah. My brother jokes that people who speak ill of Dolly Parton get an expiration date stamped on them. Hematite is good for your blood. Oh, hematite is super fragile. I've had a number of hematite rings that always end up breaking. Always. Yes, there is a Discord, and you should join our Discord. It's really nice. It's very cool. I'm all caught up, by the way. Wow. Yes. Okay, Taylor Swift, Alan Freed, Korea, Mrs. Barentoft. Oh, Mrs. Barentoft asked you a question. I'm going to start with the question, and then we'll go back to Taylor Swift, because the question is more of like a opening rather than a full question. Mrs. Barentor, I'm going to be playing in an RPG that is GM'd by Prax. It is going to be I can say this, it's going to be a Witcher campaign. We are making characters. We've got three players right now. I think we're waiting on the fourth. Anyway, so I've made my character, and my character is a jeweler. My character is a jeweler. I mean, my character knows how to appraise jewels, for example, and knows which jewels are really good and which jewels, Coldrake, not bad at all. I played like the first third of the first Witcher series, and that was like the sum of my knowledge of The Witcher, and so I did some research. It's not that bad. Like it's a fantasy setting coming out of Poland, and there are a couple there's basically you have to learn a certain kind of politics. It's not that big of a deal. So yeah, am I going for a subversion of the stereotypical jeweler minor dwarf? See, Jer is a little bit more correct. Really, my character is a thief and a con man. Like, let's thief and a con man, and also a bit of a courtesan as well. My character knows good jewelry and then steals the good jewelry. Like, my character would know that's not good jewelry and this is good jewelry, and then I will steal the good jewelry. Right? So, yeah. So my character's father was a jeweler and mother was a lace maker, elf, by the way. But that didn't turn out well in the end. There was badness, and, at the age of 10, fell into a kind of a situation with a Fagin type who taught my character how to steal things. And my character often poses as a jeweler. I mean, my character does have jewel crafting skills, it is true, but will often pose as a jeweler in order to con people and steal their stuff, is what it is. So, yeah. Yeah. So thief, con man, sex worker, basically. Yeah, that is my character. I'm hoping Trooper SJP will be wearing a huge stone as an ornament advertisement for his jewel skills. Fagin types are the most trustworthy mentors possible. So we're kind of getting into what's going to be happening in the year, because, we are having this conversation a little bit, right? A little bit of a conversation about the state of the foxhole. It's transitioning a bit. I just want to say, the question is not here yet. Basically, what I want to say is, since I'm going to be playing a jeweler, or a person who poses a jeweler, I may at some point in time, medieval fantasy jeweler, may want to at some point in time, just get some good lingo for verisimilitude so that I can present myself as a fake jeweler well. It's my thought. No Witcher character has a happy childhood. Remind me of the large stones on display. Oh, by the way, Abbasarala in the Expanse is amazing. What does Mr. Barentor think of jewelry on display in the Expanse? Okay, so, fake jeweler, talk about cleavage a lot. So I've got my wigs. You should see the Expanse, Barentor. I think you'd like it. It's quite good. So I have been gathering my cosplay bits for this new campaign, and I currently have. It's a little bit hard to put these ears on with these with the things already on, but I've got my elf ears because I'm playing an elf. These like really I need to put this on, put on the earplugs after, but just so you know, the Expanse is really quite good, and the writers of the books are actually also part of the writers for the series, and it's really well. So I've got my elf ears. Carbuncle's a word you need to learn. Oh, okay. See, this is, hey Takerosh, Happy New Year from Norway. Hey, Happy New Year. Toy. I've heard that Amos is doing, like, I'm not caught up with The Expanse, and I need to get caught up, but I really like The Expanse. I recommend it. It's good sci-fi. So here are my elf ears, which, right, so here are my elf ears for this character that I'm playing. I would say it's actually very good. And I figured that for my character, I also have wig. I've got a wig for my elf character. I already have a shirt that I can wear. I've got cosplay coming in. Wait, who is Nanosphere? There we go. Thank you. I've got cosplay stuff coming in for this character because this is going to be a 12 episode season, which will be on Wednesdays. It's replacing the other Witcher. So it'll be over on Praxis channel, and that's probably going to start. I think it's. I'm just saying that I'm giving you all the details away. It's going to start probably on the 13th. Somebody give Nano permission to post links. I will be putting makeup on those ears. I've got some makeup. I'll put makeup on the ears, and I'm gonna have to seal it, and I have some sealant as well. So one of the things I've got to do is put makeup on my ears. And I've got a chain coming. Anyway, I've got like a jacket. I've got some stuff, and then here's my nose ring, because I thought, right, so I'm a jeweler, and so maybe I'd have a fancy jeweled nose ring. So I got this nose ring. It's a fake nose ring. It's not a real nose ring. You know what I mean? So I've got this nose ring. I've got I spent like $5 for a bunch of cheap nose rings, and so Carbuncle. I'm gonna have to copy the link location. Let's see what we got. Oh, The Expanse. Copy link location. Carbuncles. Well, how cool is that? Well, I need to know more about this. I don't know what the thing is with nose piercings. I mean, really, you could say that with any piercing, right? Like, why does anybody have any kind of piercing, right? Like, I mean, nose rings are not any different than earrings, and just culture as it is. Nose piercing. Yeah, I mean, just all piercings are just different cultural things. You can have them here, you can have them there. You can have various ear types of piercings. You can have everything. Nothing like warm from the oven molasses bread. Ooh, so that's my nose ring. I've got some gold ones as well. My elf ears. So my ears, wig, and nose rings are in. And now I'm just waiting on, I already have a shirt that I can wear. I'm just waiting on a couple final pieces, and I hope they will arrive before the show starts, which we're going to talk about. But first, I want to finish Alan Freed, Taylor Swift, and Korea. And be a Beltalora. Yeah. Don't call me crazy. I'm a member of the parliament. I'm not your favorite stripper. Oh, I love her so much. I had to take so much BS talk from my mom's side of the family in the 90s for a fake nose ring. Oh, whatever. I used to wear ear cuffs all the time. Okay, I'm not wearing ears right now. That's good. In some cultures, nose rings are fine, but earlobe piercings are like bad juju. Yeah, right. It's just, all these things are fairly arbitrary in their own ways, and it's fine. One thing I love about The Expanse is that they pull off this cadre of diverse characters from widely different layers of society, but like really well. You know what I mean? Like in a way that feels very organic. Rissa, have you watched The Expanse? The Expanse is pure transhuman space. Like Belters are Tenon. So basically, Transhuman Space, the RPG, the GURPS RPG by Steve Jackson Games, is basically The Expanse, but like it came out like some time ago. Like I can see like the Belters are very clearly what we'd call it's like the tenon mod. Like, anyway, my point is, like, I was like, oh, you could run the Expanse in GURPS so easily. But also I have the Expanse game. 2002, I was engaged to a girl with a lot of piercings and tattoos. It was funny how people reacted back then versus now. Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah. So, hey, Origami Shuriken. Hello. I've got all sorts of things, and I have to find out what things I can spoil and what things I cannot. By the way, there's an official Expanse RPG. It's right there on my shelf, Vo. It's right there. It's all you can't see it. Oh, because it's off screen, isn't it? It is. It's off screen, but it's it's right over there. I kickstarted it, as a matter of fact. I kickstarted it, and that's what happened. Oh yeah, Rissa, you should add books or either both. Do both books and TV. Do both. You should definitely read The Expanse. Read and or watch. No, it's true. Yeah. Maybe of the Earthers are white. Many of the Mars folks are. Yeah. I got gifted The Expanse RPG for Christmas 2019 and haven't had a chance to play it yet. Artie Snack, who I don't think is here right now, said that I have to run it. So Taylor Swift. So Taylor Swift, of course, like any artist, does not own her masters, but she now has huge amounts of money. And so she said to her record company owner, hey, I have huge amounts of money. I would like to buy my master so that I can own my work. And he said, I'll think about it, sure, let me get back to you. And what he did was he sold her work to this guy, Scooter Braun, who was a guy that had basically sexually harassed and bullied and basically made her life miserable. And the owner of the record company knew this because she would come crying into the office about how Scooter Braun was this terrible human being and was awful to her. And he sold all of Taylor Swift's stuff to Scooter Braun. So now Scooter Braun, who was like her tormentor, owns all of her stuff. She was very unhappy with this because she could have afforded it. She You know what I mean? She could have bought it herself. And there was this whole big deal. And this goes about recordings, right? The recordings are now owned by Scooter Braun. The songs are owned by her. But there was this whole thing about how they were not going to let her, there was going to be like a tribute to her at the American Music Awards, but because they own the recordings, they were not going to let her perform all of her music at the awards, or use the recordings of her own music in her documentary. And I believe that Scooter Braun said, we will let you have permission to use your work on the condition that you don't re-record your songs once, because basically I think after 10 years she could have re-recorded them, that you don't re-record your songs. And I don't know what ended up happening with that, but that was a thing. Rose says, hey all, I couldn't do the Expanse books. I tried. I can't keep track of that many characters in text. Yeah, it's a big sprawling sort of game. Did I back the Altered Carbon RPG? I don't think I did. So why would the guy do that unless he was being spiteful, basically. It was like, so yeah, basically it was bad faith case. And so the thing is, but there's a time limit. You can't redo your old songs. Like it was like in the contract that she wouldn't be able to redo them until a certain amount of time. And that amount of time was just about to expire. Right. So they're like, okay, yeah. So just agree not to redo your songs. And then, we can let you do all the stuff. Yeah, right. So basically, right, that's the thing, Baron Tor. She had to wait, right? But then, so when I say books, I meant the storybooks. That's fair. So here's what's really interesting. Going back to re-recording for a moment. So here's a story that has a happy ending, let's say. Tina Turner. So Tina Turner, Anime Bullock, right? She meets Ike Turner, who invented rock and roll. Oh, I was going to finish about Alan Freed, right? Alan Freed. So she marries Ike Turner of Ike Turner and the Rhythm Kings, who people could claim invented rock and roll. And she gets married to him and she becomes Tina Turner. Ike was awful. Yeah, the whole music industry, how it works, the whole music industry has always been horrible. And so they get married, right? She helps make him a star because he was like around, whatever, like she's like huge. She's really important. She's massive. Everybody wants to work with her. Like she makes him a star. They're like, oh, they're very successful. And he is an abusive, terrible human being who's controlling and awful, right? Like, yeah, that's, oh yes, Gabinek, you have to drink a donut beer. And when I say that he's terrible, I do want to point out that he defended himself against her accusations of domestic abuse, right? She said he abused me. And there's like, I'm sorry, everybody said that he abused her because she had bruises. Like, it was not, you know, visible things. And he said, his defense was, oh, okay, well, yeah, I hit her, but I never used a closed fist, right? So like, that was his defense. So again, not like a great human being. But she went to divorce him, and and yes, intentional chaos, yes, right? So she went to divorce him, and he was going to basically make it miserable for her to get divorced. Like, she couldn't have anything. He was going to contest everything. It was like really, really bad. And she said to the judge that she would take nothing from their marriage at all. Yeah, yes, Nanosphere, like, it was terrible, right? So she said, I just want the divorce. I will take nothing at all. Like, there's like all the lawyers were like, you know, debating about who's going to get what and all this. And she said, I will take nothing. I just want to get out. There's only one thing that I want. I just want to be able to keep my stage name. That's it. Because he also claimed that he owned her name, right? That she couldn't use the name Tina Turner because it was his. So like, she's like, you can have everything you can have. I just want the stage name. And she walked out of that relationship with just her stage name. And she rebuilt herself back up from nothing, from zero. And she was not doing super well in like the late 70s. Then like, she comes out with Private Dancer. She does really well, right? All this stuff. So, but here's the thing about the positive moment, right? So he, of course, Tina knew the one thing of value that I gave her, that was it. And when the movie came out, What's Love Got to Do with It, with Angela Bassett, it was amazing. Tina Turner re-recorded all of the old Ike and Tina hits for the soundtrack, so that no longer did any of that work that she did have to go and give him money. She re-recorded everything and made it sound like the old ones and all of that, so that basically that she could have, like, she could not have to be tied to him in that way. And that's what she did. Like, so like, there's that moment where like, you can re-record your stuff. You have to wait, but you can re-record your stuff. And there have been artists who've had to re-record their work because, including songs that she wrote, right? Because they had to wait. But then she did that. And she like good for her, you know? Alan Freed, that was the other one. So Alan Freed was a DJ who somebody else could also claim invented rock and roll. I actually think he came up with the name. I think he actually invented the name rock and roll, I think. Well, as a genre, people have been using the word rock and roll in songs before then. But like, what is rock and roll? What's rock and roll? What is it? How you define rock and roll is going to depend on who you say invents it, right? Yeah, it's a really good story of overcoming an abuser, and good for her. So it depends on how you define what rock and roll is, right? Hey, Face On. So if you define rock and roll as a particular sound that involves particular topics and certain things like that, good clink clanks and bonk bonks that make me feel things, right? So Ike Turner, so there's a song by Jackie Brenston and the Delta Rhythm Cats called Rocket 88, which is like from like 1950, around 1950, 51, 52, like around there. And it's, have you heard of jalopies? You heard the noise they make? But let me tell you about my Rocket 88. And it's like the first song that has distorted guitar on it. The distorted guitar happened on accident because the band was moving their stuff and the guitar player dropped the amp and the cone ripped, and that causes distortion. So it was like the first example of distorted guitar on record, and it's about cars and blah, 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 right? It's got the sound. Row punk. By that logic, Cigarette Ahego is classic rock and roll. So like, it's really tricky, right? So some people will say that Rocket 88 is the first rock and roll song. Rocket 88 by Jackie Brenston, the Delta Rhythm Cats, is actually by Ike Turner and the Rhythm Kings. It's just that Ike Turner and the Rhythm Kings recorded it at this one studio, The studio sold the record to another studio without Ike Turner's permission. The new studio just renamed the band Jackie Brunson, the Rhythm Cats. So the first rock and roll, one of the candidates for first rock and roll song is by Ike Turner. So that's one definition though of rock and roll. Another definition of rock and roll, which also has its merits, is that rock and roll is black rhythm and blues marketed to white teenagers. And so that when black rhythm and blues was being marketed not to white teenagers, it wasn't being called rock and roll. It was being called rhythm and blues. It only started being called rock and roll when the audience changed, right? So that because you could not sell rhythm and blues to white teenagers, their parents would lose their mind. Also, their parents would lose their mind. Like segregation was happening, right? So you could not sell rhythm and blues to white teenagers. So the name was changed. Right. So, but the person who changed the name of the genre was Alan Freed, who's a DJ. He took black rhythm and blues, and then he played it on the radio, called it rock and roll, and he marketed it to white teenagers. And then it got covered by white bands, and then those bands got on white radio because radio was still segregated. Blah 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 blah. Long story. But the point is that if rock and roll is about a mix between, let's say, taking black rhythm and blues, marketing it to white teenagers, then mixing black rhythm and blues with sort of, we'll call it rockabilly, although that's not a really good name for it, but like sort of like a mix between like country bluegrass, rhythm and blues, right? Sort of in this space, putting it together and marketing it to white teenagers as opposed to not. If that's rock and roll, then Alan Freed invented rock and roll, right? The DJ. I really want Trooper to listen to Cigarette Hago by Penelope Scott and see what he makes it. I will put it up on my Carbuncle YouTube. I'm gonna put it in the tab so I don't forget it. This is why I have so many tabs. I have so many tabs because this way I don't forget things. Cigarette Hago, Penelope Scott. All right. It's there. Adapting black music to a white audience and making tons of money. There's a formula that'll never be repeated, right? Yeah. With all this shit in the music recording industry, this makes artists push to go direct on the interwebs. Makes sense. Oh, yeah. I thought Wolfman Jack helped make rock and roll accessible to a dining. Oh, no, that was George Lucas. Wolfman Jack is older than that. He's actually, yeah, no, not Wolfman Jack. He's actually... He's like a revivalist in certain ways, right? Like Sha-Na-Na. But it was Alan Freed. But Alan Freed, so interesting. We're talking about publishing rights, though, right? Which is really interesting because we were talking about, right? So make sure you look up Carbuncle Gem rather than just the word. Oh, okay. Gem. Yes. So Wolfman Jack was mostly famous in the 60s, right? Mostly famous in the 60s. He trained under Alan Freed, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so he basically learned DJing from Alan Freed, and then he was like kind of like the slightly next generation. But so here's the thing. So I'm going to tell you about how Alan Freed is sketchy and then rewind it. So Alan Freed is this like DJ, right, who helps bring black music to white audiences. And going back to publishing credits, he has a lot of writer's credits on songs, is what I'm going to tell you. He is not a songwriter and he did not write any songs, but he would say, I have a very, very popular radio station and you are not famous, but I can make you famous. I can play your song on the radio. But for me to do that, I want you to say that I co-wrote the song. And so he has writer's credits on a bunch of songs that he did not write as payola, as payoff, right? For, for putting this stuff on the radio. So many people would say, oh, he is sketch. But let's talk about other things about him that's really interesting. So Alan Freed had his career completely ruined, right? He was basically driven out of the business in the payola scandal, which is like artists paying you to put their stuff on the radio. And like, you know, so it was a big scandal that he was being paid, right, to play music on the radio, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the thing that's really interesting. Yes, he extorted a bunch of emerging artists. That's what he did. Yeah. That's what it, yeah. Foundation of 50s and 70s radios. Here's the thing. It didn't actually go away, ODS. They just got another middleman. They just got a couple, like, they like put in some extra middlemen to sort of obscure it, but it's still basically happening. Understood about royalties while starting the artist, just want to be heard. Yep. But so here's what's really interesting about Alan Freed, which is fascinating to me, because it's really easy to paint him as like this terrible villain because like he extorted people, payola, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. And I'm not saying he didn't do those things, because he did do those things. But it's also interesting that he played a lot of black music. He set up tours for these artists so they could sort of tour and get larger audiences. And he was arrested, I think more than once because of these tours, because he would put together these rock and roll tours. Because, I mean, I don't know if you know this, but in the 1950s, when it was rock and roll before rock, because rock doesn't happen until like mid 60s. No, it's not in justifying the means. It's just that I would just say he's complicated. And I'll get to the next part, which is also complicated. So it's not an injust. I'm just saying that he's complicated. Basically, he put together, complicated like a great many humans, right? So anyway, he would put together these touring shows, and you have to know that back in the 1950s, very few people could tour solo. The only people who could tour solo were like in the rock and roll world were like Elvis and like Rick Nelson. Everybody else was on these what would you call it? Sounds like he may have been unethically greedy, but not particularly see, that's the thing, Ro. And it's really interesting. He was unethically greedy, but not particularly racist. And he actually in some ways was very anti-racist. So it's this kind of really complicated situation where so what do you call them? We call them like review shows, right? So you'd get all these bands. So you would go see what you do is you wouldn't go to see the concert, see one person. You'd see a review show. So you'd see a concert with like 10 artists, 12 or 15 artists. That song, I should probably do it. Well, since he was the author of the songs, whose black performers were, their success was, it is true. So he put together all these review shows, and he would actually have black and white performers. He would have like Buddy Holly and Little Richard. And one of the things that he would do is that he would, it gets me frustrated. No, it's that song. Also, there are two different complicated songs that came out at the same time. Remind me, I'll get back to it. So at this time, it was still legal segregation, and black and white people were not allowed to dance together, right? Like you'd have in the concerts, what happens? You'd have like white people would have the floor, and if there were a balcony, black people would sit in the balcony in the back. If there were no balcony, they'd make a rope, and the black people would have to be in the back of the hall behind the rope, so that black people and white people would not interact with each other, because that was illegal. And he would often just not have segregation in these concerts, right? Like he would put out these review shows, and all the teenagers would come, the black and the white teenagers would come, they'd dance together. And that was illegal, right? In a lot of places. And he got arrested, right? Like he got arrested multiple times for inciting a riot and for inciting racial unrest by having black people and white people and Latino people all dancing together. And at one point in time, the police came in and started trying to break everybody up. And he was like, hey, they don't want you to have any fun. And then there was a riot, and he got arrested. Like, so he was doing a lot of anti-segregation work at the same time he was exploiting people. So it was a very sort of a complicated situation. However, it is also right now the name game. And I don't like to sub very often. I prefer getting more people to think about it, but thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Pro DM Joey. I am going to, however, right now sing the name game, because Pro DM Joey just was so nice. But by the way, I'm going to sing it right now, but here's the thing you cannot let me forget. The second half of the story is Dick Clark. So I just told you about Alan Freed. Don't let me forget to tell you about Dick Clark. It's really important. However, the name game. Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme. You know what? Do you know what? Do you know what's going on? Am I hearing sounds? This is I think I probably am, but I'm probably not hearing sounds the way I could be hearing sounds because of the fact that my headphones are still plugged into the Blue Yeti and not into the Scarlett. But I need an adapter for these headphones if I want to plug them in there, and then I need to think about that differently. That's what's going on because I was like, you know what? I'm not hearing any kind of monitoring things, and that's weird. But I am hearing. Don't worry about it. I know what's happening. Remind me, I need to get a 1/8 inch to a 1/4 inch adapter. I need a headphone jack adapter is what I need. Unless I already have one. Do you think I have one? What if I have one? I'm going to think about it. Anyway. Come on, everybody. Said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name I treat it like it wasn't there. And then a B or an F or an M will appear. And then I say bo at a B. Then I say the name. Then banana, fanner, and foe. Then I say the name again with an F, very plain. Then a fee, fi, and a mo. And then I say the name again with an M this time. And there isn't any name that I can't rhyme. But if the first two letters are ever the same, I drop them both and say the name. I like Bob. Bob drop the B's, Bo, or Fred. Fred drop the F's, fo, red. Or Mary, Mary drop the M's, mo, airy. That's the only rule that is contrary. Lassocratic, 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 Bobastocratic, Banana, Fana, Fofastocratic, Fee, Fi, Mo, Massocratic. I'm going backwards. Lassocratic. Toy Boy Sailor. Toy Boy Sailor, Toy Boy Sailor, Bo Boy Sailor, Banana Fana, Fofo Bit Sailor, Fee, Fi, Mo, Morbit Sailor. Toy Boy Sailor. Row, 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 bo, bo, banana fana, fo, fee, fi, mo, mo. Row. Nanosphere, 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 bobanosphere, banana fana, fo, fanosphere, fee, fi, mo, manosphere. Nanosphere. For Los Santo, for Los Santo, for Los Santo, for Los Santo, banana fana, for Orlo Santo, fee, fi, mo, more Los Santo. For Los Santo. Thank you. Oh, wait, who got time? You know how, just Nightbot. Intentional chaos. What is, so backwards, what, sound guy, tech issues? I got you. Wait, yeah, no, there was just like a, no, it's not, it's, what it is that I have got my, so what it is this. These headphones have a slight, monitoring capability in them so that there's a little bit of a slight, I can hear myself a little bit in them. And when I first put these headphones in, it surprised me and I was like, oh, weird. The headphones are plugged into the Blue Yeti microphone. So when I see you, ODS with Pro DM Joey. But so that when I was speaking into the Blue Yeti, I hear myself slightly, which I was like, oh, that's useful when I'm singing. But now I'm going through the AT2020 and I cannot hear myself. And I realized, oh, but anyway, so that's that. But the name game. Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name. I treat it like it wasn't there. And then a B or an F. Or an M will appear. And then I say bo at a B. Then I say the name. Then banana, fanner, and foe. Then I say the name again with an F, very plain. Then a fee, fi, and a mo. And then I say the name again with an M this time. And there isn't any name that I can't rhyme. Pro DM Joey. Pro DM Joey, Pro DM Joey, brodium joey, banana fenifo, frodium joey, fee fi momrodium joey. Prodium joey. Ooh, I just had another thought in my brain. Yeah, I've got to go eighth inch to quarter inch is what I need to do actually. That's what I need. And I actually might have an adapter, because I have a set of headphones that I got, because I got a package deal that was like on sale for Christmas, and there are a set of headphones there, and the question is, do those headphones have a adapter in them, right? Because I assume that those headphones have a quarter inch, but do they have an adapter? And I know that I have a quarter inch adapter somewhere in my life, but it's probably in storage and not here. That said, though, Vo 5100, Vo 5100, Vo 5100, 5100, 5100. We're gonna go with 5100. 20 to 9 p.m. How much it seems? I don't know. We're gonna find out. We're gonna just play it by ear. We're gonna play it by ear. Yeah, make sure they adapt. Yeah, the thing is, this is this is mono. I'm actually making it stereo myself personally because it's a single input. Though the name game. Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name I treated like it wasn't there. And then a B or an F. Or an M will appear. And then I say bo at a B. Then I say the name. Then banana, fanner, and fo. Then I say the name again with an F, very plain. Then a fee, fi, and a mo. And then I say the name again with an M this time. And there isn't any name that I can't rhyme. VO 5100. Okay. Like VO5, the oil you put in your hair, which is great. VO5 100. Okay. VO5 100, VO5 100, VO5 100, Bo VO5 100, Banana Fana Fo VO5 100, V5 Mo VO5 100. No, I messed up. I started right, but then I ended wrong. VO5 100, VO5 100, VO5 100, Bo BO5 100, Banana Fana Fo VO5 100, V5 Mo Mio5 100, VO5 100. Right. Yes. See, there I got it. You might be able to still spin the output. Yeah, it's fine. We will probably have at least 3 of those adapters, right? This is what I mean. You have them, and then where did you put them? I got one over my kit box. No, it's the things, I might actually have one right now. So, yeah. Oh, what? Somebody's Nightbot. Like, just ignore Nightbot. Nightbot is the way it is. Thank you, ProDM. Thank you for adding ProDM Joey as a reg. Thank you. Your name, but no, see, what I like about your name, Ro, is that with a 1 syllable, you get to do the different, so Ro. The thing is, a lot of names are more than 1 syllable, but when she sings the song Name Game, she does Nick, and she does Nick with this slightly different rhythm, which is super fun to sing as well. So when I get a 1 syllable name, that means I get to sing it in that slightly different rhythm, which is also really fun, and it makes me happy. That's all I want to say. No stop in the name game. Yes. So let me tell you what, how much Twitch sing times do I need? It's a good question. Dick Clark, thank you. One of the things about Twitch Sings is that I'm going to have to do Twitch Sings from Twitch Sings itself. So I'm going to have to shut the stream down and then bring it back up using Twitch Sings. It will take me like 2 seconds. Do you know what I mean? Like I just have to stand the mic up, tip the iMac back so that it gets me from a slightly standing up. I'll just be down for 5 minutes, but we're going to do the Twitch Sings at the end so that I can do this stream where we're doing our thing, chatting with ourselves, and then bring the stream down and then bring up the stream for, take a stretch our legs, as it were. No relation to the hair product. I don't believe you, VO5 100. You have You're like the futuristic hair product, right? Here's my brain trying to follow sometimes, not sure how you do it. I don't know either. I worry. Oh, you came up with this username when you were 10 to make a Bamzu. Oh. Hey, Italian Prince 49, how are you? It's been a long time. How are you? Happy New Year, by the way. Oh, speaking of which, I need to unmute that. Thank you. Rissa has just donated 500 bits, and we know what that means. Look, I've got so many things to tell you about. I'm so excited. I'm so Vo is what I tend to go by. It's fair. It's fair. Sarf says, I admit I'm indeed extensively impaired due to alcohol. That's totally fine. However, I'm glad I can enjoy this. Thank you. Also, Happy New Year. Also, be impaired by alcohol. Do it. You know what I mean? Because I cannot be impaired by alcohol on stream, so you all do it. That's what I say. And Mac in here, I thought you were a person of taste. No, I'll just take it. Look, it has been cool to dunk on Max ever since I was for always. Like, I mean, I've had people dunking on Max, in the late 70s. So like, it's my entire life. My entire life is people being like, Max sucked. You're the worst. And I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, it's fine. It's fine. I don't mind. It's just like what it is. People do it. Most people, but I will say this though, most people nowadays, it's interesting to me.
Game.
Most people who dunk on Max do it in a much nicer way now than they did like 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago. 20, 30 years ago, it was kind of weird. People were like really hostile, but now it's just kind of fun. You know what I mean? It's just like a little bit of fun. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what has changed, but people are less mean about it. I don't know. Yeah, no, you can't, you're not allowed to get drunk on stream, I don't believe. I think it's actually sub anniversary. I think it's like against TOS. Oh, hey, Lost 3N. Happy New Year's from... I don't know how to say Happy New Year's. Bon année. I don't know how to say Happy New Year's in French. Oh. Des bisous. Thank you. For those unaware, Bamzuki was a kids show where kids made little creatures called Zooks in the show's own design software. Oh, cool. And their Zooks would compete in shows. Oh, neat. Oh, bon année. Thank you. Probably against TOS depending on who you are. Oh, well, that's fair. One of the best things PPC ever produces... Well, people drunk on Max because Apple made the mistake of casting John Hodge as a PC. That's fine. Not a fan of Apple products, but I'm glad if it makes you happy. Yeah, like, I mean, again, like I said, people like to like, it reminds me of, by the way, I've got some singing to do. I just want you to know it and it's going to happen. What I notice is that, like, as an Apple user, I have nothing against PCs whatsoever. Like, they're fine. They're cool. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not mad at PCs. I'm not mad at Linux. People do what they want to do. But PC users love to hate on Macs. Hardcore. And I'm like, okay. Like, I don't hate you, though. It's cool. It's fine. Speak your truth and live out live, though. No matter who drunks where. Yes. Asteni, thank you for the raid. Come on in my house, come on. Come on in my house, come on. Come on in my house, I'm gonna give you candy. Come on in my house, I'm gonna give you everything. Thank you for the raid, Astini. Hey, Astini, how are you doing? And please tell me, what were you streaming before this? And was your stream really exciting? And also, if you do not know Asteni, who, little known fact, Asteni was the first person that I streamed online with, an RPG. The very first RPG I ever streamed online was GM'd by Asteni, and it was a game of Fiasco for Roll20Con. And it was 80 years ago when dice were made out of bones. And so oh, you're doing Twitch Sings? I'm going to be doing Twitch Sings later tonight. Asteni, I'm also doing Twitch Sings. I'm very excited. Yeah, that's right. Asteni was the first person that brought me into the streaming world, like way back. Yeah. So that's what it is. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some Twitch Sings. What do we got? PB and some other TS peeps are joining one of the next. Oh, nice. I think you can get drunk on stream, or at least buzzed. John Simon has people for a stream party, and I think you're not allowed to do like shots for things, right? I don't hate Mac users. I hate Mac's compatibility issues and Apple's anti-consumer practices. Yeah. Then it's disappear anyway. Dick Clark, right. See, one of the things I always liked about Macs is that because they're a closed shop, if you get a thing that works on Mac, it's going to work on Mac, and that makes me happy. Dick Clark. So I talked about how like Alan Freed was super sketch and like extorted people and was like all this and all that. Yes. Earwig, thank you.
Somebody's watching me.
I always feel that somebody's watching me and I have no privacy. Whoa, I always feel that somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream? Thank you for the follow, Shagem. I actually have more songs to sing. The first one is The Name Game. The Name Game. Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name, I treat it like it wasn't there. And then a B or an F, or an M will appear. And then I say bo at a B, then I say the name, then banana, fanner, and foe. Then I say the name again with an F, very plain. Then a fee, fi, and a mo. And then I say the name again with an M this time, and there isn't any name that I can't rhyme. Leiden, bo, Biden, banana, fanna, for fighting, fee, fi, mo, my den. Leiden, Thank you for that resub, Leiden. Thank you very much. Stenny says, we friend each other on Twitch, and then I found you later while you're playing Gods Will Be Monsters. Gods Will Be Watching. That is true. Till they change their mind, then it stops working. You have to no choice but find something. The thing I like about Macs is if something breaks, you just throw it in the trash and get a new one. Sar says, I think as long as it's not basic pay for intoxication. Yeah, I think that's what it is, right? I think you can imbibe, but you can't get super drunk, and you can't do it like, you can't gamify it, I think is what it is. Oops, pardon me. Also, we just got some bits, and I want to thank, first off, Leiden, thank you for that resub. I want to thank Rissa and Italian Prince 49 and also Scabinac for the bits. Also, we're going to be getting the new year is going to happen in, I actually have no idea where 3 hours ahead of time is. Somewhere in the ocean, right? Because England, the UK, Greenwich Mean Time is 5 hours, and the East Coast is 5 hours behind, which means 3 hours ahead would be, I don't know, is that like Iceland or something? Like, is it? I don't even know. I don't even know. You can't show the alcohol you are drinking, but you're allowed to be tipsy on stream. Oh, that's interesting. Bermuda, maybe? Maybe? Yeah. So, like, anyway, I'm going to sing the bit song. I'm going to sing We're in the Money, as sung by Ginger Rogers in the film Gold Diggers of 1933, which means I'll be singing it in Pig Latin. My mom just shouted at me, that's... and so, you know, right? We're in the money. We've got a lot of what it takes to get along. We're in the money. The skies are sunny. Oh man, depression, you're through. You've done us wrong. Oh, we never read the headlines about bread lines today. And when we see the landlord, we can look that guy right in the eye. We're in the money. We've got a lot of what it takes to get along. You know the song, right? Yeah. So. Irway and hey, the anime. Irway and hey, the anime. Eve way up, gaily up, way up, way up, way up, way executed, gaily young way, oh. Irway and hey, the anime. Either ice skates or ani say. Oh man, the 80 and pray, oh, yari, ooh, you will stay on way young ray, oh. Eve ever eat ray, headlay, ansley, way at bray, ansley, ooh, tay day. And when we see the end, Lord will look left the eye, in the eye. We're in the money. We've got a lot of what it takes to get along. Greenland. Oh, okay. We've got Greenland in 6 minutes. So, Alan Freed gets attacked for doing payola, right? Which is taking money to play songs on the radio. Volpez has just cheered. And that means that since Volpez has just cheered, I'm going to sing the song again, but I'm going to sing it faster, is what it is. We're going to sing it faster. One sings the old year to the pyre. Hello, Void Smoker. And I'm going to see, I'm not going to, I can sing faster if I don't snap. So I'm going to sing it faster. Irwain hey the anime. Irwain hey the anime. If we have gaily up, we have X2 ticket on the way, oh. Irwain hey the anime. Either ice skates or any say. Oh, me and the HP, we are you three, us two, and one way, oh. You wear me a dance, I wear and say, you today. And when we see the only look that guy in the eye, we're in the money, we're in the money. We've got a lot of what it takes to get along. Sometimes I feel like Pee Wee Herman. I just thought, ooh, Easter F is Brazil. Ooh, that's right. Because, yeah. Oh, I should go to Brazil. It was like watching it in 2x speed. So they come after Alan Freed, the DJ, for doing pay for play, right? But here's the thing that's really interesting. Dick Clark of American Bandstand fame, etc., also did as much payola as Alan Freed, right? Dick Clark was all over payola, but Dick Clark did not really play black artists on American Bandstand, right? Because Hairspray, right? So he would have I think he had a couple people, but basically he was not challenging segregation, Dick Clark, so much, and he was just a little bit he wasn't challenging segregation, and so when people came in to start sort of dealing with payola, they basically only got those people that they found distressing, right? So they went after Alan Freed, they went after a couple other people who were DJs who were basically doing too much racial integration, and so they went after them, but they didn't go after the DJs who didn't. And that's just an interesting thing, right? That I'm not saying that Alan Freed was not breaking the law, because he was. I will just note that the application of the law was not done equally. Boom. You think your ears just blinked? Maybe. So that was Dick Clark. I hope Pee Wee Herman without the criminal exposure. Although I saw a documentary which was really interesting. Okay, Korea. So, wait. Before I do Korea, I have to tell you one other thing. It was about copyright. You know how copyright's supposed to come into effect in 2018? They passed the Music Modernization Act, which says that basically after a certain amount of time, it was like 72 years or whatever. No, it was, 20, 23, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, aught, teen, right? 95 years, right? So they basically, the Music Modernization Act, extended copyright to 95 years, for recordings, 95 years from publication. So 95 years, right? So Korea, I got there. No, I'm gonna get there. So 95 years, which meant that for all, basically all the copyright rights, which meant that in 2018, all these things from 1923 would come into the public domain, right? Yeah, 95 years, by the way. But here's the thing I need to tell you about this, because I got copyright strikes because I was using the song that I'm using for the pre-show for City of Light and I was using St. Louis Blues by Bessie Smith, which I think was like from like 25, 26, around there. But I got copyright strikes. I was like, you know what? I'll make sure I do something that's like, 23 or older. So the song that I'm currently using as the pre-show song is by Marion Harris, which I think is from like 1920 or 1920. It's before 1923. So like, okay, sure, this should be fine because it's before the 1923 cutoff, right? So everything that's from 1923 is now in the public domain, so it should be fine. Or it might be from 24, but anyway, it should be, right? but I started getting copyright strikes on it anyway. And I was like, hold on, this should be in the public domain. So I decided before, and I was like, you know what, though? I feel like the difference between getting your claim accepted or rejected will be based on your kind of language. And I should get some really good legalese, right? I should go and get some really good legal language so that I can have this as my pre-show music. So when I looked up the Copyright Act, I looked it up, and guess what? Oh yeah, that's St. Louis Blues, which was written by the father of the blues. It's a really important jazz song. Right, but I want to be able to like push back, right? And so I looked, and guess what? Do you want to know something super interesting? By interesting, I mean irritating. But so they made it 95 years, right? After publication. However, actually, no, it still works. Yeah, it still works. It doesn't matter actually how old it was. So songs made, so 95 years, right? So 95 years, after 95 years, it comes in the public domain, which means anything before 1923 should be public domain, except, and if it was written before 1923, the sheet music is in the public domain and you can do your own version of it. That'd be fine. But the recordings, it says, recordings made, well, I'm going to just read this to you so you can know it. So, now given full copyright protection to pre-1972 recordings, Congress chose to fiddle with the copyright terms. This is me thinking, right? Part of this is my interpretation of the thing. Part of this was that some pre-1972 sound recordings would go in the public domain pretty quickly, and in some cases instantly. To avoid this, right? Because basically, once they did, this is what happened, right? So once they said, okay, 95 years, that meant that a bunch of stuff would just immediately come into the public domain, and then some would come into the public domain really soon, and they just didn't like that. They didn't want things to actually come into the public domain, right? They didn't want that, even though that's what the law they passed said. So to avoid things coming into the public domain, and to satisfy like this complaint that the act would extend copyright for like 144 years, they made a special scheme. So this is what it says. Recordings made before 1923, which would go into the public domain with the passage of the law, right? So the law was passed in 2018, which would mean that anything from 23 and earlier would go into the public domain. But if we don't own everything, then how can we own everything? Exactly. So what they said was, okay, everything that would go in the public domain with the passage of this law, basically anything made between 1923, from 1923 and earlier, gets is protected from going into the public domain for 3 years, which meant that all those things that people said were going into the public domain in 1923, in 2018, did not actually go into the public domain. They will, however, go into the public domain this year. So starting this year, things from 1923 and earlier should now be, because I believe it's January 1st. I believe it's January 1st. So now the song that I'm currently using as the pre-show music for City of Light and Shadow I should now, starting tomorrow, be able to use it and be able to point out, right, that when people put their copyright strike, it's able to sort of respond and get that strike list lifted. But Saint Guard, there's more. There's more. So recordings made between 1923 and 1946 get 95 years from the date of publication plus 5 years. Oh, there's more, Saint Guard. Oh, there's more. So even though they said the law is that after 95 years it'll go in the public domain, they're like, well, for early stuff, it's 95 years plus 3. And then for stuff between 23 and 46, which is before the rock and roll, it's 95 years plus 5. Then between 47 and 1956, which is right before rock and roll starts, you get 95 years plus 15. And then anything made after 1957 will not go into the public domain until 2067. So it's basically, like 110 years. So basically the law is 95 years, but they're making exceptions so that anything made, basically, right. They just basically, they're cheating because they don't really want things to, So, but anyway, recordings from 1923 and earlier should now be in the public domain starting tomorrow. And the name game, Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name. I treat it like it wasn't there. And then a B or an F. Or an M will appear. And then I say bo at a B. Then I say the name. Then banana, fan, or info. Then I say the name again with an F, very plain. Then a fee, fi, and a mo. Then I say the name again with an M this time, and there isn't any name that I can't rhyme. A stenny, a stenny, bo, stenny, banana, fana, fo, fa, stenny, fee, fi, mo, ma, stenny. A stenny, Saint guard, bo, bank guard, banana, fana, fo, faint guard, fee, fi, mo, maint guard. Saint God, Sarif, bo barif, banana, fana, fo, farif, fee, fi, mo, marif, Sarif. Thank you, Anonymous and also Scabinak, for those subs. It's very exciting. Oh my gosh. Oh, y'all know Tripper's aiming to sing after he finishes talking. That's fine. Okay, so thank you for those subs. Korea. I want to tell you about Korea. And then complicated, and then I'm going to give you the state of the foxhole, and then maybe we'll do some Twitch things. So, Korea. Barontor asked me a question today. Forla Santos says, also, most things from that time frame were actually already in the public domain because there's a requirement purposely to establish... Yes, and then they got taken out of the public domain. It's really messed up. Sunny says, I was really sad they're already removing songs from... Wait, right now? They're doing it this moment? Aren't they not supposed to do it until midnight? I have a playlist. I made a playlist. I favorited things that I thought I would sing. I hope they're not taking stuff off. So for the longest time, I couldn't do Twitch Sings. I've never done Twitch Sings because it was not Mac compatible, right? It wasn't Mac compatible, so I couldn't do it. There were songs you wanted to sing that were gone? Oh, no. No. Well, I hope they haven't taken away all the songs I put on my playlist. I hope not. Oh, I will see you later, VO5100. Have a good night. Happy New Year. And copyright? Copyright. Oh, Mac compatible. Right, so it wasn't Mac compatible, so I never did it. I never did Twitch Sings because it just wasn't Mac compatible. And I was watching I rated a stream that was doing Twitch Sings, so I was like, oh, let me just check again. And then it was Mac compatible. This was just like last Saturday, just a couple days ago. And I was like, oh, that's cool. It's Mac compatible. And it's also shutting down. So I will do my first and only Twitch Sings streams on the seashore. But I'm going to have to pull the stream down so I can bring it back up. Anyway, Korea. So Barontor asked me a question. Barontor said, hey, Trooper. I said, yes. Do you know a Major Osborne who was military intelligence back in the time frame that you were in? I'm glad you rated me too, because we're going to do it. And I thought, this is what I thought. I did not tell Barontor that I thought this, but I did think this. I was like, oh, I knew an Osborne, I think, but I don't Major. I don't know. And I said, hey, Illuminix Tro, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I hope 2021 is good for all of us. So I said, could you give me more context of this? Like, okay, pull back. Barontor is like, hey, do you know a random person who was in the army? Like, what are the odds, right? Like, do you know a random person in the army? And I was like, I don't know. Can you give me more context? And Barontor said, oh, well, they were military intelligence. They were, they were in from like 83 to 90, whatever. And like here, they're now a lawyer. They retired as like a major or got out as a major. And like, here's their webpage. And I went to the webpage and I took one look at the photo and I was like, yes, I do know that person. That person was my CO, was my company commander when I was in Korea. I was in two different units, and I was in one unit and then a different unit. But Major Osborne, who I knew as Captain Swope, was my company commander when I was in Korea. And right, and she there are two things I'll remember about her. I know I'm almost over the agenda, which means that I can tell you then the real agenda, which is the state of the foxhole. So there were two things that stand out, three things really that stand out about me. Stand out about her to me. One, she used to lift weights. She was like a good weightlifter. That was one thing. She would go to the, oh yeah, that's right, complicated. She would go to the gym. She would lift weights. But there were two things. One was, I remember this was 102nd MI Battalion, Korea. First to fight? First to fight. I think that was our motto. Hold on. Were we first to fight? 2nd Infantry Division, Korea, at the border. We were the 102nd. I think, or were we like silent but deadly, which is like a fart? I think we were first to fight. Each one has a motto. We got some kind of like, and all the intelligence mottos are always something kind of like weird, like silent but deadly, first to fight, always out front, like listening on the hill, like no one knows our secrets, like whatever. Like I'm just saying that we always have these like weird mottos. Yeah, we're first to fight. I mean, yeah. Just saying. Captain Swope sounds like a superhero. Well, she was a superhero in her own way. I posted a couple of pics of getting pinned for Sergeant E5 in the summer. Oh, I can tell you that story too. Of 79. Amazing number of the folks that can call out the people in the photo and oh wow, yeah. Don't let me forget you to tell you about my getting pinned story. Spearhead, yeah. I mean, it's just like I'm just saying, right? So anyway, we were called to our formation one morning. And it was the morning and we're all there for formation and she comes up and she's in front of the unit and like we're all, because if you've never been in the military, usually have your morning formation, usually have like if you're doing PT, you're like a PT formation, which is formations when everybody's present, all lined up, in rows. And then if it's PT formation, you just go and do your physical training. But for your morning formation, like you all get together, the people who are the NCOs have to say when everybody's present or accounted for. If anybody's missing or not missing, you have to you're basically taking attendance, as it were. And then you do any kind of agenda items for the day, like there's any kind of announcements if anything has to happen, and it's kind of like your basic announcements of like what's happening and before you're all released, and then you go to do your work. So I'll see you in 20, Krellin. So she comes up this one day and she's like, all right, everybody. All right, soldiers. I've heard that there are some people here in this unit who are racist. And we believe in the freedom of everyone has the right to think whatever they want to think. But if you do anything about it, there'll be a problem. So you're not allowed to do anything racist or say anything racist or express that racism in any way. And if that's a problem, please come and talk to me in my office and I will get you kicked out of the military immediately. And I was like, whoa, what? Like, I had never, that's not what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting my leader, my commander, to say that racism was not acceptable and if you did it, they would kick you out. Like, I was just expecting people to it's just how life is, you know what I mean? Like, people are racist. That's just how life is. Just how life is, But she was a company commander and she just wasn't going to have it. She was like, no, I won't have it. And because apparently there had been some racist incidents that had happened and she was just not going to have it. And the thing about the Army is they can kick you out. You know what I mean? Like So I was so impressed with her that day. Like, I was so impressed. I'd never seen someone stand up against racism that way who was white. And I just never, like, I never expected that. Like, I never expected somebody to, like, and also let me point out, she was a woman in the Army and like, that was not, and an officer, and that's not in an infantry division. Like, that's not the best position to be in, and like, she was like, will not have it. You know what I mean? Like, won't have it. And I was so, yeah, I mean, it was amazing. She's known around here as a big time divorce attorney that doesn't take crap from anyone. Really? It's weird that she probably wouldn't even remember me at all. Although, question, she might, I don't know. But she probably wouldn't remember me. But anyway, I was so impressed with her. She was a superhero that day for me. And my dad told me about some really wild stuff that was happening along racial lines in Vietnam, like people throwing grenades into self-segregated messes. Ooh. Yeah, no, she wasn't going to have it. And it was like, I was just really proud to have her as a CO, you know? And yeah, and she made it to major, and good for her. And then there was the other incident that happened. So if she remembers me at all, which I don't know if she ever would, because why would she? I was a nobody. But if she did remember me at all, she would probably remember me for this one incident where I got in trouble. Ish. A complaint was made about me, and she had to deal with a complaint made about me. So a complaint was made about me, and as the CO, she had to deal with the complaint that was made about me. So I was called into the CO's office to deal with the complaint that was made about me. Plenty of green LTs, hand grenades rolled through. Oof, yeah. She was in 10 years and then got out and went to law school. So, pardon me. I'm going to tell you something about being in the Army a little bit, in case you are interested and want to know. The Army is interesting. It's a lot of different experiences. I've had a lot of experiences in my life, right? I've had a lot of experiences, and in the Army, I had a whole bunch of experiences, and some of them are experiences that probably nobody else here in this chat has had. So my Army was a slightly different Army than other people's Army, right? So when I was in the Army, I had not yet transitioned, so I was sort of being perceived of as a woman at the time in an infantry division. And, you know, some of those experiences were, now I was not, an average woman, I would say. And what that meant was that I did not actually deal with a lot of sexual harassment. I didn't deal with like as much sexual harassment as people who actually were women, right? Dealt with, right? Because in many ways I was not, right? So people did not necessarily interact with me in the same way that they interacted with people who were perceived of as women and who also were women. So I did not get the same level of sexual harassment that women that I knew got. I mean, I did get some, and some of it was really bad and like kind of creepy. Like I remember I was running, because I was in the soldier show. So I was doing PT on my own, and I was running on campus, on post, on base. And I remember the base that I was at was, so there was like a big base I was at. There's like a big base, like a major base, like the main one. But we were all on this little tiny, that was called Camp Casey. And there was a little tiny base called Camp Hovey, which was outside of Camp Casey. It was actually very small. And the only units on Camp Hovey was the Military Intelligence Battalion. There was a tanker battalion, and there was, I think there might have been like an admin battalion. So I think just 3 battalions total on this little tiny small base. And there was a little tiny town out the back of Camp Hovey. And like a little teeny, like most people would actually go to Camp Casey and go to the big town, which is Tongduchong, which was right outside of, like, it was actually like a huge, massive town with clubs and nightclubs and all this stuff was out there. But if you didn't want to go out all the way out that way, you could go out to this little town out back of Camp Hovey. And the tankers were a problem, generally speaking. They were a problem, generally speaking, because if you wanted, they would hide out in the woods near the gates to the back gates, and then they would just beat up anybody who was from military intelligence or admin because they thought that was funny. They acted like Marines. I was like, what's up with that? Anyway, so I'm running on base, and it was kind of late. Baron, I hope you got that. I was throwing some shade at you. And I was running on camp. I was running on base, and there was it was probably like evening, not too late, like 5 or 6. 4, 5 or 6, and there was a tanker. One of the tanker units, platoon probably, was also running, and I was running, and I'm running, and they're behind me some, and they're calling cadence, and I realize that the cadence they're calling has to do with wanting to sexually assault me. And I was like, wow, okay. And it was like increasingly violent and creepy. You know what I mean? Like they were like, saying things, and it was very, and there was like an entire platoon of them. It was like 50 people. And I was like, well, that's bad. So what I did, I was like, well, yeah, I will tell you, I was like 20. I was 20 at that time. And I will tell you, I was I'm not right now a very good runner, but like, you know, like I did my 2-mile run in like, 11 minutes, 11 and a half. I was very fit at that point in time. The Army will do that to you. So, what I did was I was like, I know this area really well. So I just ran off the road into the woods, and I was able to lose them. So that was fine. No, I was able, like, that was like my best time. I did 2 miles in like 11 and some change. So like that, like, so anyway, my point is that like, there were some things that were bad, right? And hostile in that environment. But I was able to, you know, get out of that situation without, fastest to 3 mile was 18. Ooh, nice. That's really good. That's a really good 3 mile. I can do like 1 mile in that time. I ran track and cross country before going in, so runs were not a problem. Strength, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I puked too, but I did it. I puked, but like, cause that's a really good time. But so when I was working, there was just a lot of really crass sexist commentary, you know, that was happening at work all the time. Like the guys would like read Penthouse and Playboy, like at work. You know, all those things that are considered like creating a hostile work environment. They just did all of those things. A lot of really sexist jokes, just a lot. It was a lot. And I knew some of my colleagues who were women were just really upset. They didn't do anything about it. Because they didn't, like, what are you going to do? Like, you can't, the thing about this is that you don't want to be a problem. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to, not be one of the gang. Like, you don't want to complain. So they wouldn't complain. And I was like, I know that I'm not allowed to complain, because if you complain, then you lose all of your cred. Like, the minute you complain, like, they could say the most horrendous, most awful things, but if you complain, then you're the problem, right? So I knew that complaining about their behavior was not going to be good long-term. So I came up with a strategy, and that strategy was, another note, the Happy Birthday to You song is now officially public domain. Oh, nice. Yeah, you can't be a tattletale, right? Yeah. So, but they were like really, it was bad. Like, it was a very hostile environment. It was not great. Also, because we were tactical intelligence, very often we would be in a box together. There'd be like, because we have to do a lot of guard duty, like, because you basically, if you have top secret information, there has to be 2 people with that information at all times. It can never be alone or with only one person. So we were always, and because we had these secure boxes that you would work inside, there always had to be 2 people in there, which means always, which means you were often doing guard duty with another person like at 3 in the morning. And that one person you were stuck in a box with, like, it's kind of like a safe. It's like a large safe for people, would say often hostile and very distressing things, you know? And so what I did, they complain you are the whiny baby, right? Ignore it and piss them off. Yeah. So what I just did was easy. I was like, okay, it's fine. You can tell a sexist joke about women. It's cool. Please note also, there are a lot of bad things happening, right, in 1991, 92 in Korea. Like, there's a lot of bad things. And Barentor knows, because Barentor is a Marine. So Barentor knows about the sexual assaults and murders that happened of women who were civilians in Okinawa. And we had those things also happening in Korea. It was like bad is what I want to tell you. So they would, we're talking about Korea right now. So they would like do these really crass, horrible things and would upset people. And I was like, you know what? I got this. I went back to my middle school days when I was playing D&D, right? complicated is the last one. I got everything else. Well, Carl Drake, it wasn't just military. I'll tell you what, it wasn't just that. It was like, there, like, it doesn't have to be that way, but there were things about Korea that exacerbated that. But I just went back to what it was like when I was playing D&D with people who tried to rape my PC like regularly and would rape barmaids regularly. That was what D&D was like when I was playing D in the 1980s. Yeah, no, I mean, like when people are like, it wasn't great in the old school. Like, one of the reasons why I'm very, very skeptical of the old school revivals, because when I was in the old school, it was just like rolling D12s for penises and raping female NPCs, and also trying to rape my PC. So like, it was not a great time. But how I got out of that was back in high school when I was a sophomore, when I was like 15, was by having my character castrate all the rapists and then wear their genitalia as a necklace. And then the guys I was playing with stopped all of that. They stopped doing it because I brought out castration. So that stopped all of that harassment when I was 15. So I'm sitting here in the Army and I'm thinking, okay, then, yeah, we were that young at one point in time. One of the great things about tabletop becoming less of a niche thing, your hobby must at least pretend to be, yes. That's so unrealistic. Closer to 2d4, 2d6. No, Pro DM Joy, I think they wanted the d12 so that if somebody rolled low, they could mock them. But if somebody rolled high, they could be like, oh, I'm so great, right? That's what it was about. So when these guys would tell all these jokes in Korea, I just started telling castration jokes. That was it. I was like, okay, every single time they told one, I would tell one. They would tell one, I would tell one. They would tell one, I would tell one. They stopped telling them. So they stopped, right? They stopped telling them because I was like, okay, I know what it's all about. Like, it's important to have a sense of humor, right? Right? No, it's totally right. Sense of humor is so important. And we would never be whiny or complain, right? And since your jokes are funny, my jokes are funny too, right? So it's cool. Like, we're just gonna be telling jokes, right? So now I'll tell jokes too. So I did. Right. So then they stopped, right? They stopped doing that, which was great. Because I didn't have to deal with that. But, so I basically got most everybody to stop being really, really awful. But then one guy just was just saying stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, he was just going on, and he was saying things that were really inappropriate and really awful and really horrendous and really gross. And I was getting a little tired of all of this business, you know? And, so I just said, you know what? You are such a misogynist. And he said, what does the word misogynist mean? And I said, you should look it up. And that was the end of our conversation. And that was the end of our conversation. And then 2 days later, maybe, somebody comes in to work and is like, you know, hey, trooper, the captain needs to see you. And I was like, okay, weird. And I go up there to the captain's office, Captain Swope, who Barentor, Mrs. Barentor knows as the former Major Osborne. And I had no idea what this conversation was going to be about. I have no idea why I was being called into the captain's office. And I walk into the captain's office and I was like, you know, Captain, reporting and all that. And she says, you know, sit down. And I was like, okay. So I sit down and she's like, so we have gotten a harassment complaint lodged against you. And I was like, what? Right. I'm sorry. What? And the Chad complained that I called him a misogynist and said that was sexual harassment to call him a misogynist and complain to the captain about it, which, by the way, goes against the whole point of us never telling anybody anything all the time, right? I did not tell her about your entire discussion of things I will not say on stream, but let's just say it was not good. People should not be fantasizing about murder in certain kinds of ways. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, so he told the captain, apparently, she calls me in and she's like, so-and-so said that you were sexually harassing him. And I was like, I have no, what? There's a complaint and I have to investigate it. What happened? And I was like, well, he said this, and this, and I called him a misogynist. And she's like, okay. Well, he has lodged an official complaint. So just don't call him a misogynist. And I was like, all right. But he is, though. And she's like, yeah, I know. But you just can't call him that. And I was like, all right. And so, but like, I appreciated that she basically didn't do anything. You know what I mean? Like she didn't actually do anything. Whatever that, like, the complaint didn't go anywhere. It did not go anywhere. I did not get in trouble. I was just not allowed to call him a misogynist, even though he was one. And so I didn't. But yeah, so that's story 2. That's actually story 3. That's the third thing I would say about Captain Swope, Crystal Osborne, who, like, you know, she did me a good turn. She did not, you know, write me up or get me in trouble for any of that, you know, so it was good. Crone's like, yeah, only misogynists would think complaining to his female CEO that he was called misogynist would work. Yeah, it didn't work. Skyman X says, I should write my story about how I stopped hanging out with a whole friend group in middle school because how they interacted with D&D and how they all into prison. Oh my gosh, you should write up that story. You should. That's amazing. So, state of the foxhole. It's 9:30 and I feel like we should talk about the state of the foxhole. So, I want to talk about how the year has gone, and I think I've gotten everything else out of the way. And there's a lot to talk about, and I'm really excited about. No, you're right. Complicated. Yes, that was first. So, when many of you, maybe not Barentor actually, Barentor might be an exception, but so my wife and I agree that this only makes Chris sound cooler. Oh no, she's super cool. I always thought that she was the coolest. Like I think she was my first female commanding officer. I had all male drill sergeants in basic. There was a woman, but she was like in training, so she wasn't our drill sergeant. She was just around. Very, very intimidating. In advanced, all male commanding officers. In my tactical add-on training, there were no women in leadership positions. So yeah, when I was in Korea, she was my very first female commanding officer of any sort at all. And she was pretty amazing. She was really cool. She had this buddy. There was this woman that she used to hang out with who I think was like an E6 or an E7. It was like a sort of like an NCO who was a, Barentor, may I ask you what, oh, okay. Can you tell me some more about, no. I've got to finish Crystal Swope and then I'll do complicated because we're following on from Korea. We talked about her, you know. We talked about Crystal Swope. We speculated about her. Our crew speculated about her. I always think about like how difficult it must have been like her life, because she's like she's an officer. There are not a lot of women who are officers in this space. But she had this friend, this black woman who was, I feel like she was an E6 or an E7, who was in the unit, and they were really tight. They were best friends, and they would weightlift together. And but of course, you know, she doesn't get to have friends. Do you know what I mean? She doesn't really get to have friends. If we were in a different space where there were more people that she can interact with, she could have friends, but she didn't. Yeah. Anyway. Am I Jer? I feel like you're breaking to don't ask, don't tell territory. It is repealed now. When I was in Korea, it was not yet enacted. It was still the older policy. It was the pre-don't ask, don't tell policy. Don't ask, don't tell did not get enacted until I got to Germany. So I was in the Army for the last 2 years before Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and the first 2 years of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and I had multiple friends put in prison. So that was exciting. Yeah. I had a really great female COs and really awful ones. Sometimes they skated on popularity. Other times they were truly good, but the same is true. Some good, some awful for male COs for different reasons. And some of the male COs were awful for the exact same reason. So there's that. Yeah. So, yeah. And I when I was in Korea, I had undercover cops trying to catch me and put me in prison. So that was fun. It was good times. When you have to like always be aware, like always be really, really careful about what you say, what you do, where you go, who sees you, talking to whom at any given time, where you have to be able to the question of is Crystal queer was a question that the queer enlisted people had about Captain Swope. We wondered. Might not be. Could be, could not be. But again, enlisted people often wouldn't know if officers were queer because queer officers just almost never, ever, ever hung out with queer enlisted people. There was like a real wall between enlisted and officer queer people. They did not interact almost ever, 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 ever. And so she could have been, she could not have been, but we wondered. Oh, good. All right. Because we had questions, but we didn't know. We did not have a discussion about it. That's all. Yeah. So, yeah, but no, like I remember, little things like the time when I was reading the Stars and Stripes and I happened to catch, I will note, by the way, I will also note that I almost got married. I knew a lot of queer people who were married in the military. I didn't get married because I knew I was getting out in force. So I didn't need a fake marriage, so it was fine. But nonetheless. But I remember reading the Stars and Stripes when I was in Germany and in the middle of like the chow hall. So like everybody was around me. And I was reading, there was an article about Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And because it had just been enacted. And I was like, can I read this article or would it look too suspicious that I'm reading an article about Don't Ask, Don't Tell? Well, if I just hold my newspaper then that people won't know what article I'm reading, so it should be fine. And I was reading the article and it was about the last person who was kicked out of the military under the old policy, and it was a friend of mine. And I had no idea because this was a friend of mine from Texas. And so here I'm reading about a friend of mine being given a dishonorable discharge and being kicked out of the military. And I had to pretend like I didn't notice or didn't care. And you'd be surprised at how good you can get at making sure no one knows how you feel ever. And I got very good at that. So like I remember I had this like awful breakup once. Like I was like devastated. I was broken up with in the most jacked up way, like jacked up. It was super inappropriate. Like maybe you should have told me you were sleeping with somebody else before I came to visit you and stayed the night on the couch while you were having sex with somebody else, like loudly, like rude. Do you know what I mean? Rude. Anyway, terrible breakup. And here I am, like what? 19, super, super devastated. But you had to be, oh yeah, Sunny, like some people are rude. But nonetheless, I had to make sure that nobody could tell that I was even ever bothered, right? When I walked out of there, no one could even know that I was upset, right? And so you get really good at making sure that no one ever knows how you feel so that no one can catch you. If you're in love, no one can know. If you're heartbroken, no one can know. Whatever, it doesn't matter. No one can ever know. And that's just like you just get really good. I mean, luckily I started doing theater when I was 11, so I was pretty good at it already. Yeah, but having to sort of dodge undercover police officers trying to catch you, having to sort of deal with all the things that you deal with was interesting. It was an interesting experience. You build some thick walls. Yeah. And it's one of the reasons in the end, why I left the military, actually, right? I mean, I was very good at what I did. I was very good at my job. I was very good at the Army. I made E5 in 3 years. I was Soldier of the Year for all of Europe for INSCOM. Almost made Soldier of the Year for the entire U.S. Army INSCOM, but there was like some weird politics there that like whatever, I don't care. It is said that I basically won the whole thing, but it was politically not going to happen, that I would get the whole thing. Look, I don't care. I don't know. All I know is that apparently it was very, very close. Some people said that I actually made it, but they gave it to this other person instead for political reasons, and I do not care. But I was very good at what I did. I was the subject matter expert on my desk. And I was enlisted and I was in a tactical unit, but I knew more about my desk than the NSA did, which kind of ticked them off. That made them look a little bit bad, but then they needed me. So they listened to what I had to say, because I knew more about this particular desk than anyone else did in the intelligence community, I think broadly, right? Because like I knew more than the NSA did about it. And I know this because I said, hey, there's this stuff going on. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, but I do know what I'm talking about. There's this thing going on. They're like, we're the NSA. We've got big computers. We're very fancy. We're officers. We all know the stuff. You don't know anything. And I was like, all right. A guy I worked with in the Worth was aircraft maintainer of the year. Oh, very cool. Very cool. My big thing, that was the only non-NCO rated for cranes. Oh, that's very cool. Yes. So what happened was I said, okay, so they're not going to pay attention to me. I'm going to try to say this because now it's been well over 20 years. So whatever I'm going to say is declassified by now, but I'm not going to be. I'm going to be vague anyway. There's a group, right? A group. I was signals intelligence, so we did like, radios and that kind of stuff. There was a group, and people would say, oh, this group is completely chaotic and random, right? There's no rhyme or reason to what they're doing. Because those people had been trained in the old Soviet system. The Soviets were very, very regimented. But so they saw this, they didn't think there was no rhyme or reason. And this particular group would be lost, and it would take a while to find them back, to like find them again. And then like they'd find them, and then like at some point in time they'd lose them, and then they'd find them again. And this would like went on. And I was like, I don't think this is random, actually. I think it's 50 years because those comic books stamped with classified stamps can't be released. Well, it's 20 years or decaloder, right? Or upon declassification, depending, right? So they were lost, right? They would get lost regularly. And I was like, I don't think this is random. And they were using big computers to do all the analysis, they had used computers to analysis. But I was tactical intel, so I was doing everything by hand. So I would just get like reams and reams of computer printout, right? Just like huge, massive reams, and I would spend just hours and hours and hours going through by hand all of the data, and then I would also go and listen to the tapes, right? I was just like very, very on the ground and in it, right? And so there I am sort of doing it. And I was like, yeah, this isn't random at all. This is on a 6-month cycle, and they do this, 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 and this. And you can tell because of this, this, and this. So I was like, here's the whole thing. And I was an analyst. I mean, I was qualified for German, but I was an analyst. Yeah. And so I was like, hey, this is what's up. And I wrote my report, went up to the Pentagon and the NSA, and they were like, how cute. How cute. Person who doesn't know anything, person who's not important, person who's like just an E5 in the middle of like a tactical unit nowhere. So you are ridiculous and know nothing. And I was like, all right. And then, ooh, taco trash can. Come on in my house, come on. Come on in my house, come on. Come on in my house, I'm gonna give you candy. Come on in my house, I'm gonna give you everything. Thank you for that raid. Hey, we have a raid command. Also, I love tacos, so I feel like that's super delish because who does not like tacos? Also, this is not a raid. Thank you for the tacos. Tacos. What were you streaming and how was it going? Taco Trash Can. And am I a Taco Trash Can?
Somebody's watching me.
I always feel that somebody's watching me and I have no privacy. Whoa, I always feel that somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream? Thank you for that follow, Merriment. Oh, that's a good name. Hello. It is I. Oh, wait. Indeed, it is. I say. Who am I? So, did you move? You've been talking about Korea. Oh, yes. So anyway, yes. So, where was I? I was at food. I feel like I didn't finish the thought. I just wanted to finish the thought. What was it? Oh yeah. NSA. Right. So anyway, they lost the group as expected, and then they found them where I told them they would find them, and they were like, "Oh, this person does know stuff," and I was like, "Yeah, I do know stuff." Anyway. So they wanted me to stay in the Army, right? They wanted me to go work at NSA, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to get out of the Army. For two reasons. One, you have to take a lie detector test if you want to work in the NSA, and I did not trust they would not ask me questions that I did not want to answer, and that could have been bad, right? I didn't want to go to prison because I stayed in the Army longer, and also, I met a woman. She had been in the Army since the days of the wax. So she had joined in 70, the mid 70s maybe, queer woman. And she'd been for 30 years or something like this. She'd been in for a really long time. She was a nurse. She was a sergeant major, right? She was a sergeant major, command sergeant major, nurse, 30 years, queer woman. And she had been suppressing her feelings and hiding who she was for 30 years. And I had some really great conversation with her, but she was unable to reconnect with who she was as a human being because she had to not be a human being for 30 years. And I thought to myself, if I stayed in the military, that would be me, right? That would be me. I would, in order to survive and not be caught, I would have to cut myself off from my feelings, and I would never have a good relationship. And it would not be healthy. And so I left that, that was it. Even though I was really good and I felt super guilty about leaving because when I left, a lot of knowledge left with me. But I was like, I can't stay. You know what I mean? I can't stay. And then also in the Army, if you're an NCO, if you're a sergeant, there's the NCO's creed. There's an ideology of what makes a really good sergeant, and really good sergeants are honest with their troops. And I believe that's true. I actually believe that. I believe that you can't be a really good leader if you're dishonest with the people that you're leading. And I had to be dishonest with the people I was leading every single day. And also some of them said if they ever found out that person was queer around them, they would murder them. So I was taking care of people who would possibly murder me. And I was also being dishonest, and that goes against a lot of my beliefs and also what makes a good NCO. So I just had to leave. I just had to leave the military. So it made me sad though. Always felt bad about it. Yeah. So that's it. My wife is going to find out the guy's name who her dad hung out with that was in the NSA. You might know them too. Oh, maybe. Huh. Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad I took the path I chose as well, because I wouldn't be here. I don't know what I'd be doing if I'd stayed in the military. Who knows what? I don't know. I wouldn't be the same person, and I'm glad that I'm here. So, State of the Foxhole, I was opening up Complicated. Right. Yes. So when people think of the song Complicated, they are probably thinking about the Avril Lavigne, right? Why'd you have to make things so complicated? Right. That one, Avril Lavigne, right? But at the same time, around the same time that Avril Lavigne's Complicated came out, was a song called Complicated, a country song by Carolyn Dawn Johnson. And it was, so complicated, I should probably take that in an octave. So complicated. Do I tell you how I feel? I want you to know. But then again, I don't. So complicated. I'm frustrated. But and anyway, it was just really, really good. It was really good. It was a great, great country song. Late 90s, right? Country song, complicated. And anyway, the point is that one was really good, but everyone always thinks about the Avril Lavigne, but I always think about the country one. So there you go. Now I can tell you about the state of the foxhole. All right, state of the foxhole. So I have to bring up, I have files that I have to bring up because hello, files, open up. But see, I figured Barentor might know it. They're both good songs. But I love that Carolyn Dawn Johnson. I thought that was a great song. It was like, oh, it gave you all the angst. It gave me all the angst. So, all right. So everyone, State of the Foxhole. I've got news. I've got really cool news that I'm really excited to share with you all, and then other news. So let's talk about the Foxhole. So this year was actually a really big year for the Foxhole for a bunch of reasons. Oh yeah. For a bunch of reasons, I think it was pretty big in the sense that COVID hit, so a lot of things went online, and then I just really dove into a lot of streaming over the summer, and this fall I was also doing a lot of streaming as well. So it was like we did a lot. Overall, it was like I streamed a lot actually this year. It was like a lot of, Avril Lavigne, right? So I did I did a lot of streams, I think. I did like 125 streams this last year, which is good, right? That's actually it's like above average. Did I get the I did get Coldrick. I got the CV updated and my application for my sabbatical off. So hopefully I will get my sabbatical in the fall. So I did I'll just do channel things first, right? I have the old stats, so I compare them with the new stats, I think. So I am happy to say that generally speaking, we had really good growth for the Foxhole this year. Last year, my average viewers was 16. I had 16 average viewers for 2019. And for 2020, it's 25. So I've gone up from 16 to 25, right? Which is really good. I think that's really great. If we ever want to make partner, which, we need 70. You need 70, 75, I think, to make partner. And I don't see that happening soon, or who knows, ever. Although I have some thoughts to bring up. So hours watched. This is really interesting, right? So like the first year, 2016 was my first year streaming. It wasn't very long. It was like average of 3. Then I went to 8, 11, 16, 25. But 2016 I didn't stream. It was like only like 2 months, right? 2019 was the year of Night Witches, and 2020 was the year of the Resistance. That's exactly right. So hours watched. Check this out. Are you ready for this? Hours watched. I actually don't. And and our peak numbers went way up. Our peak numbers went way up. So last year for 2019, our hours watched was 4,632. And this year for 2020, our hours watched, by the way, not counting this stream, 12,714 hours. So we went from like 4,600 to 12.7. Right. So like our hours watched up a huge amount, even though our average viewers is like only went up a little, but our hours watched went up a huge amount. So that was like amazing. And we had 779 new followers this year, which is up from 147 last year. So that was like amazing. Live views I'm gonna have to check on, I think. I'll have to check that on Twitch itself right now. I'm looking at Sully Gnome. We had, oh my gosh. Oh, did your lecture musicology? I'm going to get there. That's the big deal I want to tell you about. It's pretty amazing. Our views gained last year was 5,000. This year was 15,000. 639, which is really good. Okay. Coldrake says, there was a lot of Twitter response. Yeah, it was really good. The neat thing is I think Troopers followers, hardcore Fox followers, will stay consistent. I think so too. Our peak viewers, because Jared was right, our peak viewers went way up. Our peak viewers last year were 61, but this year 310, which is mind-boggling. And I did 288 hours streamed last year, and this year I did 436. And of course, that's really because I added a new stream, right? I added an RPG stream, so I added a third stream a week. So that was really good. I think I've got, like, there's like one thing I missed, I think, that's not in here, but I'll have to find from Twitch. I'm looking at Sully Gnome and I can tell you that. So that was that. But then looking at what I did this last year, I had a lot of great, sorry. Before I do that, I'll tell you this other thing. So my best stream, right? My best stream of the year, my number one best stream was the lecture. That is absolutely correct. It's interesting if you look at the pie charts, my average numbers for tabletop RPGs is like 27, which is really good for tabletop RPGs. I did some talk shows and podcasts at 30. Mini Metro was 30. Wicked Willow was 30, which was really good. Wandersong 25, like that was good. The Just Chatting 37 average. Musicology, that category, average 147 viewers, average viewers. What was the count for Willoughby's MDCA complaints? Dinner's delayed. I don't even know. Yeah, so I had 147 average viewers. By the numbers. That is a number that is so outside of my norm that it is, I don't even know what to say about that. Willoughby, I think it ended into the high 40s, and I also got the most followers from that as well. So that was really good, and I really felt good about it. And talking about like what I want to do this year, what I really want to do is do another musicology stream in June. I did the last one last June, and then I want to do another one in June. And I want to do one on queer pop. I think that'd be really great. Maybe I can do disco. I'll have to figure out how I'm going to sort of make something coherent in 4 hours. But I think, and I would like to do another fundraiser through Tiltify, and I would like to do it in June, which is Pride Month, and I would want to do some like cool music stuff. I just need to talk to a lawyer first. I need to consult a lawyer, and that's it, right? Like I need to consult a lawyer so that when the inevitable strikes happen, I have the proper language that I can use that will convince them to let it go. And it says you're a professional lecturer and that truly unique content is hard to come by. Yeah. Odia says, to be fair, you probably have a superior claim to fair use than those. Oh yeah. And it kind of irritates me that people whose claim is way less is they're just running around doing stuff. Do you know how much of a hug you got from TS? That's how I found you. Oh yeah. Table Story is amazing and I love them. I love them. And I have thoughts. I love your post today on Twitter about why you're good. Oh, thank you, Coldrake. I was just thinking about it, So it is my goal to do another one as long as I can get. PB does seem intent on snagging me for next year, for the coming year, and I don't know. Maybe we've talked about it. Who knows? Maybe we've talked about it. Maybe there have been discussions. Maybe there have been discussions. it would probably depend on the claim you stake. Oh, I mean, the thing is, it's educational, also criticism, and also like it's basically I've got fair use like on multiple categories. You know what I mean? Like, and also I just want to point out that a court has found that React videos on YouTube are fair use, so that React videos are fair use, and many of those reactors don't do any kind of educational component. They just sit there, listen to the song, and be like, "Wow, that was amazing," and that's it. I'm just pointing out that what I'm doing is like, I'm just saying, it should count. It should count. Touch of PB London. Oh, hey, there are conversations. That's all. There are conversations. Anyway, so one of the goals I have for this year, coming year, 2021, is I want to do another musicology lecture. And if I can make that consult with a lawyer, which will probably be expensive, and I can get the good language and figure out because I think a lot of it, my understanding is, my understanding is that a lot of it is whether or not you sound like you have a lawyer, right? Because people make these claims, they'll just kind of do it automatically. And if you come back with language that says that you've talked to a lawyer, people are more likely to just be like, okay, sure, go ahead. But if your language is not like super lawyerly, they might just not, you know what I mean? So I want to make sure I get good lawyer language so that they're more likely to acknowledge that what I'm doing is what I'm doing. So, and I really would like to get that put up on YouTube, but we will see. Doesn't your homeschool have a legal staff to cover these kinds of things? Yeah, but it's not work related. You know what I mean? Although I think I might have legal insurance. I think I pay like $2 a month or something for legal insurance. I have to look into that. I should look into that because I might have law insurance. I think it was part of my starting package or something. I have to look into it. So anyway, one of my goals for the year is to do another stream. And if I can get that stream to go and work, like, and actually have it work well, then I would like to do that more often, right? Rather than once a year, I would like to do it, maybe once a quarter. And I have some ideas. Like I said before, send a message to, I'm going to send a message to Leonard French. That's what I'm going to do. I'll put an extra $2 a month if you let it lapse. No, I think it's just all automatic, right? So can I tell you something? I have a bunch of people I know who are also music scholars and who are really cool. And I am colleagues with a guy named Frank Lehman who is really cool. And I feel like you would be really interested in hearing him talk because he is basically an expert on Star Wars music. He doesn't do just Star Wars music, but he's like a really big Star Wars music expert. And he's so smart and so cool. And I just feel like this bunch of nerds would love to hear Frank talking about Star Wars and music and he's a film music guy, and I would so I feel like if I were able to once I talk to a lawyer and get the language and figure out the best way to do it, I bet I could easily do a lecture every quarter, like 4 times a year, maybe more, but I could do 4 times a year. And I could even get some of the really cool people I know who I'm telling you, you all would love some of these people. Some of these people are so interesting and so neat, and we could talk together about some stuff. And I'm saying that there are some amazing people who you all don't get to know. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't get to know them. And I want you to know some of these people because I feel like you should know them. That's all. If only Trooper co-hosts dressed as an Ewok. Well, maybe I could do an Ewok. The big question for me is if you could tie more lectures to Patreon funding, because I do know some folks would go for that. I think, who now? I know a bunch of really cool music scholars. I think it's tricky because there's a question about monetization and fair use. And I think that you can monetize things and have it still be fair use, but it's easier if it's not. So we have to see. But so for example, I know, I'm going to make a brag that will not mean anything to any of you, right? It won't mean anything to any of you, and it's fine. I know...
In the money.
Oh my gosh. Hrothgar Thorson, just... Thank you for... I'm leveled up, lawyer level up. And you know what this means? This means I'm singing We're in the Money as sung by Ginger Rogers in the film Gold Diggers of 1933, which means I'm singing it in Pig Latin, and I want to thank you, Hrothgar. And so, Earway and hey, this, by the way, this is the sequence where she's singing it, and it's exciting. Earway and hey, the anime. Earway and hey, the anime. Eve way up, gaily up, way up, it weeks to tit, gaily on way. Earway and hey, the anime. E the ice skates are on, say. Oh man, the ideation pray, ooh, yari, ooh, throw you a stand way on rail. E whatever eat red lay on slay, a of way at Brian slay, oot day. And when we see the end, the order will look left, the eye, and they, aye, we're in the money, we're in the money. We've got a lot of what it takes to get along. Thank you so much. Look, I'm saving the really best news for last, though. I want you to know that I'm saving the best news for last. I've got like such great news that I'm saving for last. I can't even tell you. It's so good. It's so good. The news. I can't tell you. This should have been really... That's true. We need to get a VOD of your lectures to some meeting planners. I actually did get some guest lectures. Speaking of which, I have to email somebody. Okay, so... Sure reminds me of, there are plenty of smart scientists, but Carl Sagan communicated. Yeah. Okay, so this is the brag. She was not my official advisor, because you can only have one, basically, but she was on my doctoral committee. I had on my doctoral committee Susan McClary. And you're all like, yeah, we don't know who that is. I understand. I understand that you do not know who Susan McClary is. That's fair. Susan McClary wrote the first book of... Hello, Music Note Joe. Music Note... No, do you know Susan McClary? Music Note Joe. Do you know Susan McClary? Because if you do, I'm kind of going to freak out a little bit. That's all. She wrote the first book of feminist music theory. Musicology, basically. Like feminist musicology. She wrote the very first book, and her book, Susan K. McClary is an American musicologist associated with new musicology, which is what I do, noted for her work combining musicology with feminist music criticism. McClary is a professor of musicology at Case Western Reserve University. Yeah, she's amazing. And can I tell you about her? I just have to tell you, this is really important. So she is one of the nicest people you ever meet. She's so kind. She's so sweet. She went to Harvard. They hazed her. She comes out. And she wrote for the Village Voice. Like, she didn't just stay only writing in academic spaces. She also wrote for the Village Voice. When nobody else was writing about popular music, she wrote about Madonna. She wrote about Laurie Anderson. She was writing all these different things. Case Western Reserve is a university I attended for a year and never graduated from. Oh, she was at UCLA. She went to Case. We lost her. She wrote this. The first big book was Feminine Endings. Yeah, Feminine Endings is amazing. It's amazing. And Feminine Endings is this book that basically it was brilliant. It was a book that she was talking about music theory and how music theory is sexist. And now, of course, you're going to be like, well, that makes no sense. How can music theory be sexist? And she's just like, I'm just going to tell you how people at that time talked about it, right? So she was talking about like modal music versus tonal music, but also, she was really talking about, this is where she got in trouble. She got in trouble because she talked about Beethoven. I don't think anybody would have cared if she was just talking about Madonna, but she talked about Beethoven. And she talked about the sonata form, and the sonata form is like the form that a lot of symphonies, et cetera, are written in. And the sonata form consists of 3 parts. Your introduction, your middle section, and then your recapitulation. So the introduction has 2 themes, your first theme and your second theme, which are in different keys. And it's like it sets up the story, because you have to think about the sonata as a journey, right? So you start your journey and they give you 2 ideas, the first idea and the second idea. And then you have the middle section, which is called the development, which is all just a bunch of madness. And that section represents the journey that you go on a journey. You travel all around, and then you come back home at the recapitulation, and you have the first theme and the second theme repeated, except the second theme now is usually in the same key as the first theme. So let me tell you what those themes are called. Those themes are called the masculine theme and the feminine theme. So the first theme is the masculine theme, and the second theme is the feminine theme. And you go on your big journey. At the end, the feminine theme is then forced to be in the same key as the feminine theme is vanquished by the masculine theme, is what happens, like, theoretically, musically. And with increasing kind of musical violence. And she's like, hey, that's kind of creepy. And people lost their mind. People lost their mind. She was attacked by Pat Buchanan. A bunch of conservative politicians attacked her. There's a whole bunch of stuff like how it's terrible because she called Beethoven a rapist, which is not what she said. And she got fired. She had tenure at the University of Minnesota. She had tenure and they fired her anyway. They got rid of her because the political pressure was so heavy that they got rid of her. And there's all these like politicians who are attacking her. There were scholars that attacked her in print in ways that were inappropriate. Like, scholars are not supposed to write things like castrating feminist in an academic article. It's just not appropriate. So like, people attacked her, very mean. People are still mean to her. They got rid of her. See, I went to UCLA at 2001. She hadn't been there for too long. So probably sometime in the 90s is probably when they got rid of her. Yeah, attacked by Pat Buchanan makes her one of your favorites. Yeah, and it was real. It was like they attacked her. They drove her out of her job, even though she had tenure. So when people say that you can't fire someone who has tenure, it's clearly not true. They got rid of her. People said horrible things about her. Just really awful things. But you know what? You want to know what, though? Do you want to know what? 91. But she got the MacArthur Genius Grant. I'm going to say that. Musicology, still to this day, people are really mean to her. They're really awful to her oftentimes. And they talk smack about her. And people have their grad students talking smack about her. And she's one of the kindest people you've ever met. She's so kind. She's so sweet. She's so giving. She is so present, and she's really helpful, and she loves to teach, and she's a great teacher, and she makes everything very accessible. And she got the MacArthur Genius Grant, by the way. And then she went to UCLA, and she basically reformed UCLA to be this center of new musicology where you would think about music and society and cultural criticism. And then everybody talks smack about UCLA. They're like, UCLA, that's where nobody even knows how to read music. They just talk about sex all the time. Oh, that's what they said. And I had people who said to me, I would never hire somebody who went to UCLA. And I was like, wow, great. But UCLA people got jobs at really good rates because she was really good at mentoring people, and she was really good at teaching people how to teach well and how to communicate well and how to be good colleagues and how to professionalize. And so we all got jobs. People were jealous, but whatever. But anyway, she's amazing. And I bet I could get her to come on this stream, and I bet you could meet her and you would love her. She's so amazing. Yeah. Interesting. I'm not sure I can imagine that happening at U of M now. Yeah, maybe, I would hope not. But here's the thing, though. Musicology is so conservative. But yeah, you could meet her, and she's amazing. My advisor is amazing. My advisor is one of the cool. He's from North Carolina. Anybody from the South? He's from North Carolina. You would love my advisor, who is phenomenal. I bet I could get him to come on. Anyway, I've got some amazing people that I'm sure you would love to meet. That's all. Right? Yeah. So I'm just saying. So let me see. What else do I want to tell you? I wanted to tell you about, so our video games. Okay. So I will do the easy parts first. So yeah, for music stuff, I really do want to do, I really, really, really want to do, some, yeah, I just want to do, some more music stuff, but we're going to talk about it later first. So in terms of, gaming, video gaming, the entire year we've been playing Outer Worlds. I just thought I'd point that out. We started Outer Worlds in December. We are currently still playing Outer Worlds. Yeah. The 2020 was the PS4 year of Outer Worlds. I imagine we'll be ending Outer Worlds sometime soon. That'll be great. No, I really feel like we're getting really close to the end. I mean, I have no idea how long the game is, but I feel like we're really close to the end. I feel like we've done almost all of the stuff that's not that main city of Byzantium, so I feel like we're close. But in terms of on the Mac, we played Obra Dinn, which was really good. We played, what else did we do? We did a bunch of Obra Dinn. We did Telling Lies, which was fun. We had some really good story-heavy games. Dominique Pamplemousse, which was a musical, which I need to do the follow-up for because that involves bad singing in public, which I loved. How long? Oh, Dragon Age, that took a long time. That one took a long time. Trooper Con. The music singing game where we saved the whole world. What else? We did, of course, Wander Song, which we did that actually for quite a bit of 2020, which was more music related. We're probably gonna just more music related games, and actually that was a lot of 2020. Some of my gaming. Then we did Wicked Willow, which was so cool because we had the creator of the game with us in chat, and that was really fun. I loved that one. And then now we are doing. So we're doing. What are we doing right now? It's a little tricky. We're doing the Long Dark is what we're doing. At the moment, we didn't get to play every single Thursday, Wednesday, but the Hobo game was. No. The other one, the Hobo game, which we played earlier, with the amazing soundtrack, Super Americana. It was one of the nominees for, I think that was the year before actually, right? Water Tastes Like Wine. Yep, Water Tastes Like Wine. I feel like that was in 2019. The Skeleton Game, I think so. So for video games, what we're going to do next year is we're going to finish Outer Worlds, and then we're going to play Rain World. On the Mac, we've got a lot of options. We'll just find out. We're going to play The Long Dark, and then we're going to just see where we go from there. We're open. I want to try to get my 2 games in a week, but sometimes I might have to forego for some RPGs. We actually did do it, right? Didn't we do it? Oh, I played it into 2020. Didn't we do, who won for, did we, I feel like, wait, who won 2020? IGF Excellence in Narrative. I feel like Wandersong won, right? Will the 2 games a week be you as a PC or GM? Oh, well, so this is sort of complicated, right? Awards. So, IGF Awards, finalists and winners. 2020, Excellence in Narrative was won by Heaven's Vault, which we should probably play. So we should probably play Heaven's Vault at some point. We should do that. We'll get the winner for 2020. We're going to get that in before 2021 is over. That'll be our goal. Yes. So I'm going to try to get my 2 video games in a week. I might not always be able to do it because of RPG scheduling. Because again, I'm going to be going. So I decided. I'm going to be going back to being a scholar in residence, I think, for next year. That'll just make it a little bit easier in my life, and they want me back, so I'm going to go back, which means that I'm going to probably have to do some programs on Thursdays once a month, so I'm probably going to miss a Thursday here or there, but again, right? So that is video games. State of the Foxhole, first off, Jer, and we got a new mod with Rissa, who is one of my my GM for Call of Cthulhu, and also one of my dear friends, and one of the people who I love gaming with, and she's now one of our mods, and so that's really great, which makes me super happy. And I'm like, yay! And we got Jer made new emotes for us, and subscription donuts, and it was just basically like a bunch of great stuff on the channel itself. So the channel's been doing really well. In terms of, I mean, partner, again, remember the average RPG stream is like 3, and to get partner you need like I think 75 average viewers, and we're at 25. So I do not think that we will be able to make partner next year. That is not, I mean, I just don't see it happening. Maybe one day we will make partner. I don't know if that will happen. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But we will just see. Yes. Right. So if you go back to the board games with students, it gives an excuse to buy it. Oh, I will certainly do that. I will certainly do it. Love the Jimmy Dodger badge. Yes. So I want to talk about what we did in RPGs and then what I want to do. And then I'll tell you like the super cool news. So I'll start, I think, with playing, probably. In 2020, I actually did... It was the graphic stuff for Colfs is a Frithiel, although I did a little bit here or there. But a Frithiel is our graphic artist, who's done amazing stuff. So in 2020, as a player, I did a bunch of one-shots. It was actually like... I was not keeping track in the same way for the year before, but 2020 was an amazing year. I did a bunch of one-shots for charity. I did, in terms of longer games, I did Overlight with Little Red Dot, which was phenomenal. I cried almost every episode. I got to play Capers, which was great. That one actually was also a little side note. I was also a sensitivity reader for Good Strong Hands by Nerdburger Games. Played Capers, so I did that. Played some Good Society over on Table Story twice. So good the first time we came back, the second time, and that was phenomenally fun. That was really great. I was able to play with Origami Shuriken. I was able to guest in with her for Ghosts of Sama, which was super fun. I got to be, what else did I do? Let me see. Oh gosh, I got to do a one-shot of Stille Nacht, this one evening horror RPG, which was bonkers amazing, really good. The Witcher, I got to do The Witcher. Great character. Onium's like, I've heard of Ghosts of Saltmaw. Yeah, and I had a great time meeting everybody in that game, and I got to guest in, and we got our good new emotes. So that was really great. I got to be on Degrees of Madness, so I've been in some taped RPGs now as well as live. I got to be in some great games made by Prax. I got to be in The Regiment with her, which was really fun, and some one-shots, also be in the Colloquium with her, which was really, really great. City of Cats, I was in like 2 different cat games, actually. That was great. A State of Affairs, and then of course The Witcher, which was over on Encounter Roleplay, and that was really fun. Yeah, so I did a bunch of different systems on a bunch of different channels this year, right? I was over on Unmade Gaming, Kobold Press, Little Red Dot, Table Story, Praxagor Thespophoria, LFM Network, Tales from the Grim, Roll For It, Encounter Roleplay. Like I've been in, the thing I did on Lindy's Place. I've been on basically a bunch of really different systems and a bunch of really different channels as a player. I was on Roll20 even. That's true. So this was a really, I'll tell you, one of the goals I had for 2019 was that I really wanted to expand my streamed RPG life. Like I wanted to play with more people, different people I hadn't played with on different channels. I really wanted to do that, and I did, so I feel really good about that. And I felt like I had some really great, characters, great time. I played well. Also, this was my year of stepping up my cosplay game, so that was really good. I also managed to have some characters in a coma and at the edge of death in a few of them. It is true. It was I just really expanded my gaming as a player quite a lot. So Aether's Walkway as well. That was another one I really did. That was great. Yeah. So I stepped up the cosplay, got some wigs, did some good stuff. So I'm feeling really great about that. So what do I want to do as a player next year? What does next year look like for me as a player? There are some things I can talk about and some things I may not be able to talk about. But I am going to be in a Witcher campaign, GM by Prax, which is going to be great. I'll continue playing in Aether's Walkway. It's true. I'm going to be in a short campaign run by Origami Shuriken, like 4 episodes. I'm going to be in Witcher, a short one. Anushka. I love Anushka. I'll probably be guesting in on another show that Prax is running. A short thing with Origami Shuriken. Witcher full campaign with Prax. I'm also going to be next week. Aether's Walkway is a new season, or it's a continuance of current play. I'm going to be next week on Friday. Yes, I will be over on Colonomicons. We'll be doing a topic I'll probably be talking about. I don't know what it is yet. I will be doing, I think that's going to be offline, that one. Is that one going to be offline? I think it is. But a City of Cats that we did is going to turn into an 8 episode campaign. So I'll be doing City of Cats over on Kobold Press, continuing my character Gafiru, although now that things have changed, Gafiru will probably get a new name, Gafir. So City of Cats will be so I think the big ones that I'll be doing as a player will be The Witcher and City of Cats will be the big ones I'll be doing as a player. Alley of Hairballs. Yes. So that'll be like I think those will be the 2 big ones. You got nothing new. No invites, anything. What? Well, we'll see how that goes because again, we're talking, right? And I would like to continue doing some one-shots and some I can't go wild, right? But I would love to do a couple more one-shots, 2-shots, 3-shots, 4-shots. There are people I really want to play with. There's some things I want to do. Yeah, I thought, by the way, Anino, so good in the regiment. Just, I loved playing with Anino in the regiment. I thought it so fun. Yes. And then I suppose we should talk about GMing. So, by the way, my goal is to make sure that So I want to talk about GMing. So, January is going to be Cthulhu Confidential with AJ, coming back as Langston Wright, which is very exciting. We have Season 3, which, by the way, I'm going to talk about City of Light and Shadow last, because that's the big deal. Season 3 we got coming up, scheduled, starting in February for 4 months, 16 weeks. I'm very excited about that. And I also have a goal of GMing on a channel that is not mine. Again, that was a goal for last year. My big goal for last year was to GM on a channel that was not mine, and I got to GM on Roll For It, which was really fun, a little short thing. And so my goal is to GM on another person's channel again. Again, something short, and there may be conversations happening about that. I also really, really want to run this GURPS Arena. And once I get my grading done, then I'm going to sort of put my mind to it because I feel like January will be a good month. I've got a bunch of things I have to write, but I want to run this GURPS Arena. It'll probably the first time I run it will be a bit of an experiment where I'll put out a call for people who want to do this arena. I'll pre-gen some characters. I'll probably pre-gen two options for each of the different types, and then do this arena. And this is what I want to do. I really want to do this arena. And I think that, I first off have to thank Lindy, my dear heart, for being my guinea pig and just kind of running me, helping me run through this so that I had a bit of a sense of things I need to pay attention to. And, that being done, that means I think that I actually can. I just have to go sit there and make the pre-gens. And local family plays games, Call of Duty. Ooh, nice. Working my books first, yes. And so I'm basically I'm scheduling myself time so that I can do this, right? So I want to make sure that I can get like a good, you know, because I'm not teaching this semester, right? 'Cause I only taught this last semester, but this semester I'm not teaching. So basically during the day will be all writing in my book and research. So basically my whole days will be reserved for academic work, and then in the evenings I can do stuff. So I want to do this GURPS Arena. That's really important to me in terms of diversity, because I feel like GURPS is not represented enough, and I want people to see it, and I kind of just want a good combat arena, because we don't see that as a game much either, as a style. So I want to do that, and I want to do that sooner rather than later. I want to do that. I mean, if I could get the arena happening in January as a starter, that would be great. I would really appreciate that. We will see, because I'm presenting academic work in the beginning of February, so we're going to see how it goes. And I've got to prep Cthulhu Confidential, which I don't think should be too hard because of the way that game works. I just have to put it in my mind. But basically, as long as... should we now nag you if we see you in Discord during the day? Give me... Not yet, because I've not finished my grading. So I've got a little bit of time. Give me a week. And then if you see me in Discord, it's okay if I'm there. I just can't hang out. If you know what I mean? Like, it can be up. I just can't hang out. That's all. So if you see me like engaging, then be like, hey, do a Krellin, and be like, do you have work you need to do right now? And then I'll say yes. Yes. I've never played any GURPS, though I tried to read the manual when it first came out. It would be a great... Oh yeah, I think that'd be great. I mean, and for me, what I'm thinking of is, I need to hit my studies harder. I'm not sure that means about viewing what little there is of it. You know what, Crit Witch? You know, that's what I'll say. You do what you need to do, and I honor that. I can't not. Yeah, we will see. Like, basically, right? Just go to bed by 2. Go to bed by 2. Not hang out on Discord until the evening. That's like that's my goal. This week I'm still on. This week is still fair, right? Is GURPS Discord worthy of Discord? I mean, I've not read Discord. I know a lot of people like it though. So yeah, that's what I want to do. I try to match her for bedtimes, but you wore me out. So sorry. I also want to do something with Marcus this year, because I love him, and I want to do something with him. Like, there's some people I just want to play with. I want to play some new games. I'd like to do maybe some kind of goofy or weird or odd one-shots. Like, I'd like to do that Dallas game and see what that's like. Anyway, I just want to kind of experiment, do some things. It'd be kind of fun. Logistically, one thing to think about is that I'll be moving again in the summer. Microscope. Right, yeah. Oh, Greg too. I love Greg. Oh, I have some plans. They're not settled yet because I've not talked to anybody about them. But I have some plans. I really want to. Yeah, so I'm moving, right? I have to move back to Massachusetts, and my lease here expires July the 6th. So I need to basically move July 1st, which means, you know, I'm going to be packing, and luckily packing won't be too bad because it's not a lot of stuff here. But I'm going to be moving July 1st, and that's going to mean that I'm going to need to, right? Basically what's going to happen is that I'm going to need to schedule, like I did last year, schedule all my stuff to end mid-June, basically, mid-ish to late June, and then spend my time packing up and then moving and then unpacking, which means that July is going to be probably a little bit awful when it comes to me doing anything stream-wise. Oh, Marcus and Stiver would be amazing. Hey, you never know. You never know. You never know. So now Greg is like transitioning out of doing streaming stuff, but he said that he wouldn't quit Colas until the Colas ends, which means I think I've got him. For as long as Colas exists, I've got Greg. He's committed to being in the show, so even though he's like cutting out all of the other stuff, I think he's only doing 2 things now. He's basically cutting out streaming, but he said he'd stay at Colas because he loves it. So we get Greg. You know, Barantor, I feel like I want to tell you about a thing in a second, but I'm not going to tell you yet. But there's a thing. But he will be in as many seasons as we have seasons of Colas. So, Crit Twitch. So we get him at least in Colas. Yeah. So we have to deal with moving. So I imagine that basically July will not be a great month for streaming for me. But when I come back, when I get back into whatever apartment I'll be moving into, because I have no idea which one it'll be yet, and I get myself set up, I will be back and will, spin up for the new semester. And I'm very excited about that. So let's talk about the big news. Right. So generally speaking, I want to continue jamming Colas. I will be doing Cthulhu Confidential in January. Colas should end February, March, April, May. Should end in May, right? So the end of May should be the end of Colas, which means hopefully I can do maybe something cool one-on-one with Marcus in June, right? So basically I'm looking for some cool stuff, right? Yes. Why do you curious? It's not my choice. It's when the lease ends. It's when the lease ends, and I can't do anything about it. I don't know if I'll be last year I got to GM at Gen Con, and I don't know if there'll be a Gen Con this year, so I don't know if I'll be GMing more Clockwork Dominion at Gen Con. I have no idea what my Gen Con will be like, if I'll even go, because was yesterday my first experience with Nocturne? It was not last Socratic. I actually watched Nocturne very, very early when it first started. The little was like a 4-shot, I think it was like a four-parter. It was not called Nocturne. It was called something else, right? It was you know what I'm talking about. Watched it. Stygian Gate. Right, I watched Stygian Gate, which I loved, and I was like, I need to watch the rest of Nocturne, and I just need to find the extra time. That's just what it is, and then I will, because amazing. So maybe it's going to be 22. So I don't know what 21 is going to look like in terms of cons, or that kind of a thing. But so let's talk the big deal, which is Colas. So Colas is the big show, right? 16 episodes. So let's talk about it, shall we? I don't know if we can talk about it. I think it's just too much. No, we'll talk about it. Okay. we have to talk about it so that we can then do Twitch things. So we have Colas news. Some of which I really should not say because I'm not talking to anybody about it, but there are things that I can't say. So the first thing I want to say is this. 2020 was the year of Colas. We did, now I need to get this other document, which is over here. So, Krellin, you're not supposed to spoil it. So we did 2020. We did 2 seasons of City of Light and Shadow, and in season 1, with the Patreon and with tips and bits, I was able to pay the cast $25 an episode, or $50 for a solo episode, for the entire season, but not pay myself. I did not pay myself. Also pay Ifrithiel and also Lizard Eats Flies for the music. And altogether, that was, it cost me $170 to produce the first season of Colas, not counting, costumes or any of that kind of stuff. That was just for paying the cast, the Iffy, and then Lizard Eats Flies. End of season gifts are always out of pocket, of course, because they're gifts from me. So end of season gifts out of pocket because they're from me. So we were able to. Now I will say that season 1 of Colas, $25 for an episode is, I'm going to say 2 contradictory things, right? One, it's actually a lot better than many streams, because many streams don't pay anything for their cast, or they pay out tips. So you might get $20 for an entire season, or $25 for it's a token amount. I appreciate it because it means that they care, and it usually will cover a wig, right? A cheap wig, a very cheap wig. But it's also not exactly minimum wage, right? Because like that's like the cast is like spending 4 hours in a show, and that's here. That's like $6.25 an hour. So right, like that's actually below the federal minimum wage. Less through R2's wigs things, right? So like I'm paying them less than minimum wage for what is a lot of work. They're having fun and they're enjoying it, but it's also a lot of work. And the thing is, how is it? Like there are people, they're contractors though, so it's legal. Womp womp, yeah. But also the thing is, I want people who are really good to be able to like live somewhat, like pay their rent, buy food. And a lot of people, minimum wage performance equals summer theater, right? Yeah. So I just always felt like time is a valuable resource. And look, I want, like, for Kolos, I wanted people who were gonna do the thing. You know what I mean? Not half step it, but really do it. And so, I'm paying what the budget for my production allows, right? And I'm paying what is sustainable, right? Because I was like, okay, this will cost about $2,000 for a season, and right? It's like a little bit less, but like it's about $2,000 for 4 months. And I was like, I can afford, like, if nobody helps at all, if I have to do this all out of pocket, I can afford $2,000. Right? Because again, right, I was calling residents, and so I was saving a lot of money, so I could do that out of pocket if nobody helped at all. But last season 1 only paid $170 for the cast costs, which was great. And Void Smoker, my goodness, your fan art is, yeah, I kind of can't handle it. It's so good. But I want to tell you, so in terms of numbers, our average viewership for season 1 was 25, which was really good, because remember, basically your average is going to be about 3 for most RPG streams. It's about like 3, 4, 2 to 4. And so we had 25 average, which was really good for season 1. And our maximum was on average 50 over the whole season. And our average Twitch views was 38. So I just want you to sort of remember those numbers. So for season 2, I took more numbers. I was doing more analytics. So first off, this is the first and the most important thing I need to tell you all about season 2 of Kolos. Season 2 of Kolos. 1. We had more on our patrons, right? We had more patrons coming in, which was great. I really would like, my goal would be to expand our patrons for next year. That'd be really great if we could do that. I would like that. I have thoughts about that, but complicated thoughts. But so we expanded our patrons, we expanded our tips and bits, and season 2, I was able to pay the cast. I was able to increase the cast's base pay. So rather than $25 for a regular episode, I was able to pay them $35 for a regular episode and maintain the $50 for the solo episodes. So they are now actually making a minimum wage, right? They're making minimum wage now, so they are now making minimum wage. However, there is more. Not only was I able to pay Iffy for the new art, bump up the pay for the cast, I was also able to pay myself. So I was paid $40 an episode for this season, which I used for, costumes and all that stuff. So season 2 was in the black. We didn't, technically it was $8 under. Technically it was $8 under, right? Technically I paid $8. But that just came out of my pay, right? So think about that, right? So for season 2, I was able to pay the cast minimum wage and also pay myself for my labor. And I did a lot more work for season 2 than I did for season 1. Season 2 involved commissioning new overlays, but also season 2 involved me working on this website, which is going to go live for everyone before season 2 starts. And that's and I'm really Krellin has seen it. I made the link. I put the link open to Patreon, so Patreons can see the website early, and I'll put it up for everyone probably like right before Cola starts. So if you want to see it, you can see it. If you want to be a patron, you can be a patron. You can see it early, or you can see it when it's live to everyone. So that's there, and I'm really wanting that website to do really cool things. I'm using Conca, which is I like better than World Anvil. And so I'm really proud of the website. It's not finished. It needs more work, but it's pretty cool. I also spent a ton of time collecting real history. It's true. For when I make Colas into an RPG manual, which is not a 2021 goal. That's probably a 2022 goal. So I did all that, and I'm really proud of what has happened. This season, we brought in Greg for season 2. We had him be a Gestapo agent, and he killed it. Amazing. Is there any chance of a group viewing of the solo episodes with the cast? Oh, that's just a lot of time with them. I don't know. Because I don't know when they'd all have time, But so for season 2, we're going to do duo episodes rather than solo episodes. So 10 group and then 6 duo episodes, so we can get their relationship dynamics. We did a piece of we did a part of a Brecht play. There was singing. There was sort of like we'll see Coldrake. Look, Dot had a lot of stuff she had to do that episode, so we did it. So yeah, we had 2 songs. We had a piece of a Brecht play in season 2, so that was really cool. I think we'll have really neat things in season 3. I don't know what's going to happen. I think I know what the title for season 3 is going to be. Season 2's title was Double Agents. Season 3's title is going to be Family, I think. I'm very excited about that. I think I'm going to do my first, I don't know how I feel about it, but I think I'm going to do my very first Patreon exclusive thing, which we'll see if it stays exclusive. We'll see. I'm going to give it to them first, and maybe it will stay with them, maybe it won't. I don't know. But I did a little thing. I made a little video. It was not a big deal. Any clue on how big of a time jump? That's a very good question. I will answer that. It's a little video thing I did in the break when we pre-recorded the finale. I actually was still recording over break, and I recorded all of their reactions when they were listening to the radio, and I edited together a little video of all their reactions, and I'm going to give that to the patrons. We'll see. Anyway, it's very cool. It's hilarious. It made me laugh. It made them laugh. They've seen it. They laughed, and I want to give it to the patrons so they can see it. Yeah. And so, yeah. Oh, right. I also did the radio broadcasts, right? So I did all that. So I tried to up my game for season 2, and I'm really excited about seeing what we can do for season 3. But let me tell you about the numbers for season 2, because I'm proud of them. So if our average viewership for season 1 was 25 viewers, for season 2, it was 32 viewers. If our average max was 50 for season 1, it was 62 for season 2. So our numbers are up. You're not the only person I support on Patreon that I have to yell about patrons. So our numbers are up. They're not up huge, but they're up, right? Going from 25 to 32, I think is good. But can I tell you the big thing? The big thing. This is the big thing. So you know how our average Twitch views for season 1 was 38? Right? Our average Twitch views for season 2 of Kolos was 298. So that's a huge, massive jump. I don't even really know what to say about that. So our Twitch views are pretty amazing. Our average views are but that's pretty phenomenal. Our YouTube views are still, I need to check the last one. Our YouTube views are we still are getting pretty decent YouTube views. They're not famous or anything like that, but they're good. The other thing I did actually that I thought you might find interesting is that I have now been tracking as best I can about what our ranking is per episode. And the only reason why I can do that is because I only stream one show in the tabletop RPGs category a week. And so if I just do the week summary, I can get a sense of what the episode's ranking was. And I'll keep this for next episode, but on average, for the tabletop, we were number 63 for watch time in the tabletop RPGs category out of, like, it was about like 2,000 people ish. I think we were on the front page once by accident. I think we were on the front page once. So we're about 63, number 63 on average. But for the let me get back to selling home for a minute. Let me get this. For the I took the numbers that we had and then I transposed them to the Dungeons and Dragons category, which I don't stream on because I just don't. Like, I don't. It's fine. There are about where is it? It's about 8. So it's about like altogether, it's about 10,000 streamers. It's about like 2,000 on average for tabletop RPGs, and about 8,000 for Dungeons and Dragons is about the numbers. So it's about like high nines, between 9 and 10,000 people are streaming on either of those two categories, just generally speaking. So on the tabletop category, we're about 63 for watch time. We're about 171. If we were in the Dungeons and Dragons category, which we're not, we would be about 171 out of about 8,000 for max watch time. For when I got watch time, then I think peak and then average. Yeah, that's really good, right? So we're about 74 for peak viewers and 66 for average viewers for the tabletop RPG category. And in the Dungeons and Dragons category, if I put the numbers over there, we'd be about 200 for peak and about 175 for average viewers. So, right, that's like pretty good. So I think that our little show, by the way, that is all of us together making this show successful. Like we're like pretty good. And there were a couple of weeks there where Kolos was like number 25. I think our best number was 26. It was our best number. We were ranked like that was like our best number. So yeah, right. I feel like we're doing really great quality, really good chemistry. And I would just, my goal for season 3 is to get our viewership up. Like I would like us to get more viewers. I have to think about how to do that. I think that's kind of difficult, but I would like us to get more viewers, mainly because the cast is killing it. You know, they're so good. They're doing such a good job, and I want more people to see them. So, season 3. Those are all the numbers for season 2. Very proud. Like, look at what we did, everybody. By season 3, we should have that website up, and okay. So, time skip. That was the big number one question. I was like, I need to ask the cast how much of a time skip we want to do because somebody is pregnant. Sylvia's pregnant, so I need to know what kind of a time skip they want to do. Like, do we want to skip till after the baby's born or when the pregnancy's still in? Like, what's our time skip? What do we got going on? And it looks like we are probably, it is Stiver who's pregnant. We are probably going to pick up. This is actually a little bit complicated because I actually just have a new idea that is going to change things a little bit. If I can get it to happen. If I can get it to happen. Oh, yes, certainly. It's going to be more than a month. Without a doubt. 100%. Without a doubt. So it looks like something different is going to happen than I thought. Maybe. If I can get it to happen. I didn't know this was Junior Crossover. So I'm going to tell you a thing that I should not tell you because I have not told anyone else, including the people I need to ask. Right? Sorry, Volpez. you should watch season 2. Stuff happens. I won't tell you about the other things that happen, but there's some stuff. So my original thought was to start season 3 on date. I'll get there. Coldrick will know the date when I say it. Because I was like, how long do you want? They're like, well, we want maybe like da-da-da-da. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. So I was thinking about starting on date. But I think what I want, again, I have to ask. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can do it because it requires asking some people if they are free. But what I would like to do is start the season not with a big group episode after the time skip, but with 2 duo episodes during the time skip is what I would like to do. I would like to start episode 1 with Tango and Regina and 2 guests who have not asked. Yeah, in between snapshots. Yeah. There are 2 guests I would like to invite to be in that episode who have not yet asked. So, right? I'm just saying that I was like, ooh, because if I can't get them, it's not going to be as great. I have a vision of how I want the season to start. I want what I want, and I'm going to ask. I'm going to send a DM, right? I'm going to send a DM, but I would like, because it's what needs to happen in the game, and I want it to happen this way. It would be, if I can get them, if they're free, if they'll say yes. I think I should probably ask them tomorrow, because tomorrow is the 1st of January, right? Tomorrow's the 1st of January, so I need to ask them. So what I would like to do is I want to ask PB and Marcus to come back for the first episode of this season. And I want it to be Tango, Regina, PB, and Marcus for the first episode. In London. That's what I want. Because stuff's going to happen in London. You know what I mean? Stuff's going to happen in London. Yeah, that's what I want. So I want, as long as I can schedule it right, I hope they will say yes, right? And that's what I want to start off with season 3. Like their duo episode will actually be a 4-parter, which is a bit of a cheat, but I think it'll be fine. And then that means that I want episode 2 to be an Oscar Sylvie episode. And Charlie's not going to London. Yes, so I want episode 2 to be an Oscar Sylvie episode. And what I really need are the 2, but I also want 2 guest stars, so it parallels, right? And I need the 2 perfect guests for that episode of Oscar and Sylvie. And I think Oscar and Sylvie have a lot of, because they're both performers. And so I'm like really racking my brain about how I want that compliment to go. So I kind of want that. I want London, and then I want Tango Will Go Nuts, and I think it'll be phenomenal. And I want a really good, like a good contrast of these 2 things happening, something happening in London and then something happening not in London with Oscar and Sylvie. And so I want 2 really good guests that will really complement them and that will like do some really good stuff. Tango should have thought about that when he didn't quit the SOE. So yeah, I'm just gonna say there's just gonna be stuff happening, and so I have got some ideas, but they've not solidified yet. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm like, okay, like in my mind, I'm like, okay, well they're both performers, and I'm just thinking about how Josephine Baker would pass along secrets and codes when she'd go on tour with her band in France. That she would like tour around various cities, and she'd gather intel and pass off intel hidden in her sheet music. And so I think there might be something really interesting and possible there, but Yeah. So basically I need to find the people, and then I need to think about it, and I need to do this. I need to do real quick because that'll be coming up real soon. I also, yeah, so I need to think about it, right? So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to think about it. Yes. So, right? So what I'm saying is that I'm thinking about, because also this is a great opportunity to bring in 2 new people into Kolos, right? Yeah. Oh. Ooh. You all give me a lot of really good thoughts. Also, side note, the theme, I'll just do it, geez, fine. The theme for this season is family. That's my theme. And so for me, I'm thinking about the ways to incorporate the concept of family. Yes. Yeah. Ooh. So I just want, that's what I'm thinking about to start off season 2, and then finish the time skip. And, by the way, AJ and, Lindsay were just great as spies. So finish the time skip. Foxhole, Band of Brothers. I'm thinking about Band of Brothers as well. Sour Fruit Junkie would be amazing. As well. Yeah, there's like a bunch of, so families in Foxhole and Arms Brothers. Coldrake, you want it to be able to be both, right? Like I'm thinking about found families, but also they all have lingering family issues, right? I mean, I have to finish writing that diary, working on the diary. Like, Regina has got the ghost of her father. They all have family to think about, all of them. Murgle, Lindy would be great. Murgles would be great. Like there's like a bunch of people. Yeah, right. Like there are a bunch. And so basically I have to think about who would be the 2 who I might be able to sort of bring in, who could, do something that I think would be, I think I want it to be something performance related, like sort of around, like basically if the club is down, that might give them a bit of an excuse to travel, right? Because the club doesn't have electricity. They're kind of working on a little bit, but they might do a little bit of a tour. So, and then we do those first 2 episodes. I've got to talk to everybody about it. I basically have to do a lot of talking about it with folks and see what they think. But then episode 3, everybody comes together. We finish the time skip. Everybody comes together. And do you want to know what day I think we'll finish the time skip? Ooh. Ms. McAdams, JCVM. I don't know if JCVM would actually say yes because she doesn't know me from Adam. Like, here's the thing. I am not famous. I'm not a big name. I am not anybody important as a streamer. I feel like JCVM is way out of my league. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she's out of my league. Is all I'm saying. Like, I feel like there are leagues and she is out of my league. There are a bunch of people who are, yeah, I just feel like odds are not good. I mean, she doesn't know me from McAdams. Oh yeah, no, I'm not. Come on. Barantor. Thank you, Rissa. Thank you. Not in terms of content necessarily. I don't know. I just, what if you get Anna to do the introduction? I'll think about it. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to, first off, you're all telling me to dream big, which means I have to think about that. What does that mean to dream big? I have to ponder it. Okay. We're going to Twitch Sings into the new year is what we're going to do. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm really excited for the duo episodes. And yeah, I suppose it never hurts to ask. I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna really ponder this. Yeah, I want to excel too, and I just sometimes a little too, I don't know, a little too. You'll say Anna is Cyber's mom. Yeah, so I'm excited about the options. I'm excited about the options for season 3, and I think that, I didn't tell you that. I didn't tell you. I believe. Yeah, I know, right? There's like, here's the thing. There's so many people I want to ask. It's actually just insane. It's inappropriate. There's so many people I want to ask, and that's makes me sad. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. The date. I think we will start the end of the time skip. Like, we'll do the episodes 1 and 2 will be in the middle of the time skip, right? Like little snapshots. But then I think the first episode that starts it, like when we start our timeline, will be December 7th. Oh. This Amy is amazing. If you want someone who does, December 7th is when I want to pick up again. And it is a day, 1941. Yep, a day that will live in infamy. And I actually did. I did a little bit of graphic design work on the start screen. So I did a little bit of editing on the start screen so that our start screen is going to look a little bit different than it does before. And I'm going to see if the cast will give me new photos. I don't know if they will or not, but I'm going to ask them if they want to do new photos, because Dot has got a new wig that's way better than her season 1 wig. So I might get new photos from the cast. We will see. But starting on December 7th changes the politics quite a lot. And it'll be interesting to see how those politics will start playing out right now when things happen. Yeah. So I'm thinking that we would start episode 3 after the time skip on December the 7th, 1941. And that's, yeah. Will we get a new me photo? Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. Oh. What's hard about taking photos, me, is that I am single and it's hard to take photos of yourself. I'm not a very good selfie person. So we will see. We will see. Okay. I feel like, wait, no, almost done. There may be another thing happening. I don't know. We will see. But Sylvie in a slinky dress with a watermelon under it. Maybe, right? Yes. Dot and I are in talks about some stuff. We're in talks. Dot and I might do a thing. We might do a thing in the new year. So we will see. But I'm really looking forward to an arena, more Kolos, Cthulhu Confidential, something with Marcus. Yeah. And it is my goal for 2021 to make some YouTube videos. That is my goal. I want to make some YouTube videos for 2021, not super long, kind of short, don't go overboard with it. And because I'm thinking that if I can do some YouTube videos, that's it, right? If I can do a couple of YouTube videos, not too many, right? Trick horror self photos, video record, and pick frames. Oh, that seems like a really good trick. I know a professional photographer in New York. Oh, huh. Trick for self photos. I should try that. So it is my goal to do some YouTube videos in 2021, because I think that if I want to grow my Patreon, that might help, right? So I can do some YouTube videos, modest amount in the beginning, modest, right? Do some YouTube videos, and that might get people to the Patreon, right, to support the videos, which will then help also Kolos and, the other RPGs. So those are my thoughts. All right. That's it. Autocorrect. Now, this is what's up. I would like to now do Twitch Sings to finish our new year. I hope I didn't close anything important. I might need at least a $5 tier one of these days. So here's the thing, Odious. Yeah, I suppose it's true, but I always worry about it. So here's the thing. I have like a $1 tier, but ever since they instituted tax, $2 is actually way more cost effective than $1. And so maybe I should just move it to $2, but I always worry about that because like, what if people can't do $2? You know? Yeah. So like, yeah, I have to figure out what to do about that. I have to figure out what to do about it. I have to figure out, like, I have to like work through my ethical dilemmas, basically. Like, I feel guilty. I just feel too guilty. I feel so guilty. I just feel guilty. I just feel guilty all the time about it. So like, I have to figure out, wait, I didn't want to have to play around with my pledge. So, right. So yeah. Yeah. So basically I feel super guilty about all that sort of stuff. And I like, you know, I would love to 5. Yeah. Yeah, you can keep them, but you can say you want to improve the wage and production has to come from. Yeah, that's true. That's why I thought I could maybe do like, you know, some YouTube videos, bring more people in. I will, but if I'm going to have a $5 tier, then I have to be able to justify it. And like, yeah. So, you know, I have to work through guilt and I have to work through anxiety about it. So I probably am going to just have to have a discussion with somebody and have somebody talk some sense into me and talk to me about it. So I'm just have to have a conversation at some point in time about it in order to, you know, work that out is probably the deal. Yes, this is, I'm going to have these conversations. I'll have to have that conversation. So all of that said, what I want to do right now, is I'm here to protect you from your better. Yeah. Yes, it's true. Analytics of how much your average patron actually gives. Yeah, right? Yes, right. I'm giving you $5 for a $1 tier already. It's fine to just have a $5 tier with nothing new. I suppose maybe. I'm gonna think about it. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll just think about it. It'll be fine. I'll think about it. I have to process. It's fine. Just I could yeah, I do. I have a Patreon. It goes to pay the cast. Here's the thing. I just don't want to. I know I sound constipated. The thing is, I really want to avoid. I want to avoid making things paywalled as much as possible because I feel really guilty about paywalls. Like I feel real guilty about paywalls. So, oh, that was bad. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So basically I feel really guilty about paywalls, like super, super guilty. And I have to figure out how to do this in a way that won't make me feel guilty about the paywall. That's it, right? So that's it. I just have to think about it. I've got to figure out I have to figure out how to square the circle. I have to figure out how to do it in a way that will not make me feel guilty. But will also like what can I do to make it? Yeah, I just have to work it out. I have to work it out. I'll work it out. I don't know. I'll work it out. Oh, I can't think about it. I'm not going to think about it. I can pay you in comic books. Round off some edges. I'll think about it. I don't know. But we're going to do Twitch Sings is what we're going to do. Because we did the whole State of the Foxhole goals and all of that. And, I want to do Twitch Sings. I want to do it. I'm not meaning to beat the bush. I certainly respect your morality, but think about how much you can give to free the community. You don't. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I don't know. I just want to make sure that people don't feel hurt, you know. And I want to make sure that, like, I just want to make sure that because here's the thing, right? I'm thinking about. Okay, so there are sort of slightly different like Patreon models. And I know a lot of the RPG models have a lot of tiers where you can like get a lot in there. Like, you know, at the $100 tier, you're in a show and, you know, you do like a private game. And there's a lot in there. Rule of threes for the third time. It's okay. But I have to figure out how to add it. You know what I mean? I have to figure out how to add it. What it would mean. So right? A lot of the RPG tiers have multiple tiers with increasing stuff in it, but a lot of the video essay patrons don't. Like Lindsay Ellis just has one tier. I think it's $2 and that's it. And you know, it's just like a thanks. Yeah. So I have to think about a way to do it that feels good. That feels good, right? So if yeah. So I'm going to work it out. I'll work it out. I'll have to figure it out. I'll figure it out. A little stress. All right. So here's what's up. I cannot stream Twitch Sings through OBS. So I have to stream it through Twitch Sings. So that's what I'm going to do. But she also gets a lot more from other places. She does. She also gets from YouTube. That's true. She does. We have to make it Arista tier. Yes. We'll call the Krillin exception. Actually, I do like that. Will somebody put that in the bunker for me? I'm gonna think about this. I'm also gonna talk to Dot about it because Dot knows things. I'm gonna think about how to do this in a way that will feel good and feel like people get value, but people don't get shut out. That's the thing. I want people to get value, but not be shut out. So I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, she has 2 tiers now? Oh. Huh. What are the tiers? Krillin, what are the tiers? Now I want to know. I'll look it up. I'm going to investigate is what I'll do. I'm going to investigate. I'm going to think about it. And I'm going to figure out a way to do it because I think it would be really good for a lot of, early access at 2 and names and credits at 10. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to think about that. I'm going to think about it. Yeah. All right. So we're going to do Twitch Sings. We're going to ring in the new year with some singing. I have to bring the stream down and I will change the title. And then I've got to lift the mic up and the camera up so I can stand so that it'll be easier to hit the notes and see how this works. So here's my advice to you all. I'm going to bring it down for like 5 minutes probably. Hey, Indaway. Hey, Drunk Random. What we're going to do, Indaway, we're going to go on pause for 5 minutes and then we're going to do Twitch Sings. So you should hang out with us because we're going to do Twitch Sings. And it's going to be awesome. I just have to take the stream down so I could bring it up. I have to go from OBS to Twitch Sings. So I just have to take it down and then bring it back up again. That's it. Yeah. Oh, so it was, yeah. So here's what we got. Wait, I'm now streaming on Twitch. If you have any problems with your audio setup, check out the FAQ in the settings menu. Are you hearing the interesting music in the background? Maybe you are. No, you're not. Are you? No, are you hearing like weird Twitch music? Okay, you're not. Okay. See, that's all I wanted to know. If you were or not, it's fine. Actually, but maybe you should. Maybe you should be hearing it. You're just hearing me. Let me think. What's going on here? I'm going to ask you a question. Prax, we're gonna go sing. Can you hear? I wonder. Oh, you know what? What if I do this? I just have a question because I really feel like you should be hearing things. We hear you know things. Yeah, it's the. Okay, so let me ask you this question. I'm gonna do a test, just a test, because I want to make sure our audio is doing its thing because I have this new thing. You know what I mean? I've got the new thing. So tell me if you can hear this. I'm gonna just play a song from my iTunes, like for 4 seconds. Oh, I know. this is what I'll do. I'll play something by me so that it won't be, hit. And I want to know if you can hear it. That's all. And then just tell me. Tell me your frustration. Let's see if it's showing up. Yes, you can hear that, right? Okay, so you can hear that. Great. So audio is happening there. Oh yeah, it was super. It was like this weird electronic music piece that I did. It was all samples. All like if you want vintage undergraduate electronic music weirdness, that would be that piece. But we can talk about that later. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take the stream down and bring up Twitch Sings, and we're gonna sing in the new year. And Prax, we were talking about you, by the way. Good things. We were talking about you. Good things. All right. So be here. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, everybody. I'm gonna take us to our in screen. 5 minutes.